This meeting is being recorded.
Okay, thank you all for coming to the council meeting on January 16th, 2022. My name is Corbett. I'm the chair. I'm the acting president of the Simon Fraser Student Society. We have quite a few guests here through students interested in attending. Thank you for coming. We really appreciate that. So just to go over just to help give some basics on the structure of our meetings, we have an agenda that has various different sections. Some of them are what you call housekeeping motions, things that just keep things organized, things like setting the agenda, what's called a consent agenda, which allows us to pass multiple motions at once. Sorry, one second. And regular motions or decisions to be made, and then discussion items and a QA and some other areas. Okay, sorry, I just seen the chat here. So the first part of the meeting, or the chunk of the first chunk of the meeting tends to be a lot of reports and agenda setting stuff. So, but a lot of the motions, I'm assuming the ones you're primarily here for are the sub extension, closure extension, or reopening motion. That is about halfway through the full agenda. Primarily, the reason for that was that will be a longer discussion. We want to make sure other decisions and other things happen first before we get into that, because these other motions are really important. They allow staff and others to be able to implement these actions or these decisions. So just to give you a heads up. It's not uncommon for our meetings to go 4 hours long. We'll see how it goes today. We tried hard to have either some motions and decisions and stuff get pushed to another meeting so that we could give ourselves time to focus on the major motions today. But we'll do our best, okay? And I will probably have further instructions around that particular motion when we get closer to it. Yeah, and you can feel free to message Giselle in chat. Direct message, just click on her name and I'll do a direct message there. And she'll be able to help with some explaining. There's going to be acronyms used. We use a meeting structure called Robert's Rules, which is very formal and structured, but it's designed entirely to make sure a meeting is structured, so you don't get lost into debating back and forth or running in circles. Okay. Okay, so I would like to fully start. So yeah, I'll call this meeting in order at 4:39 p.m. Give me 1 second to grab some. Okay, start with the territorial acknowledgement. We respectfully acknowledge that the SFSS is located on the traditional and ceded territories of the Coast Salish peoples, including the Musqueam, Squamish, Tsleil-Waututh, Coquitlam, and Katzie nations. And city means that these territories have never been handed over, sold, or given up by these nations, and we are currently situated on occupied territories. We'll move now on to roll call of attendance. When I call on your name, please give your name, your pronouns, and any access needs you have. Access needs could be things like anything that would impact your ability to engage more fully in the meeting. And that could be things environmental, like bad internet, or noisy background, things like that. Or it could be internal, personal. It could be needing someone to speak louder or speak more clearly, or to repeat themselves, or any number of other, or maybe not feeling very well, or you have to leave early because of a midterm or some other kind of situation that you couldn't reschedule. So please let us know when you go through that. And this is for the members of council, we won't be going through all the student guests. So. Okay, so archaeology.
Hey everyone, my name is Jaden. My access needs are met. However, my Wi-Fi is being difficult again, so I'm not going to be able to have my camera on unless I'm speaking. And my pronouns are he and him. Thank you.
Thank you. Bachelor Environment.
Hi guys, I'm Tiana. My pronouns are she, her, and all my access needs are met.
Thank you. For Health and Neuroscience, let me know that they'll be late, but they'll be here later. Biology sent in the regrets. I believe they have a midterm. Biomedical Physiology and Kinesiology.
Hi everyone, I'm Kashish. My pronouns are she, her, hers. All my access needs are met, but there's some issue with my laptop. So if that happens again, I'll have to rejoin from another computer.
Okay, thank you. Cognitive Science.
Hi everyone, I'm Gurmeher. My access needs are met. My pronouns are he, him.
Okay, just a note to staff, the Cognitive Science representative is, can you say your name and spell out your name for us?
Oh, my name's Gurmeher. My name's Gurmeher. You guys can call me Gur. My pronouns are he, him, and my access needs are met.
Okay, thank you very much. Communications sent in his regrets, I believe. Community Science speaking. Criminology.
Hi, Charlotte. She, her pronouns, and all my access needs are met. Thank you.
Thanks. Data Science is vacant, so I'll have staff update that. Economics. Economics. Okay. Education.
Hi everyone, I'm Jen, pronouns she and her, and all my needs are met. Thank you.
Thank you. Engineering Science. Engineering, Sarah. I see you're in the meeting, so maybe head step away for a second. We'll go back to you. English.
Hi, my name is Liz. My pronouns are she, her, or she, they. And all of my needs are met, but I'm a little brain foggy today, so I'll try to be as present as possible.
Thank you. I understand. I'm in similar mode. French.
Hi, my name's Kylie, pronouns she, her, hers, and all my access needs have been met. However, my internet has not been wanting to work today, so I will be keeping my camera off to avoid cutting out too much. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And I'll go back to Sarah. She typed in the chat, hi, my name's Sarah. My pronouns are she, hers. I'll be communicating through the chat today because my Wi-Fi isn't too great. Okay, thank you, Sarah. Gender, sexuality, and women's studies.
Hi, Sophanie, pronouns she, her, hers. I just might have to leave a bit early. And yeah, that's everything.
Okay, thank you. Geography.
Hello, my name is Natasha. She, they pronouns. All my access needs are met.
Thank you. Global Asia Studies, Student Union. Is Eunice here? I don't think so. Okay. Okay. Health Sciences.
Hi everyone, my name is Joselle. I use she, her pronouns. All my access needs are met, but I'll probably have to leave around 5:30 just for 30 minutes to commute home, and I'll be back on.
Okay, thank you. Interactive Arts and Technology.
Hello, my name is Jeremy, pronouns he, him, and they, them. And my health hasn't been too good recently, so I might be jumping in and out quite a bit, as well as I didn't get too much sleep last night. Thank you.
Okay. Okay, thank you for letting us know. International Studies Student Association. I think they have regrets for the whole term. Just want to double check because they were here last time for a bit. Labor Studies.
Hello, my name is Justin Chen. My pronouns are he, him, his, and all my access needs are met. Thank you.
Thank you. Linguistics.
Hi, everyone. I'm Olive. My pronouns are she, her, and all my access needs are met.
Thank you. Mathematics.
Hi, everyone. My name is Ben Tischler. Pronouns he, him, his, and all my access needs are met.
Okay. Mechatronic Systems Engineering. Mechatronics. Okay. Oh, Riley. Hello. Let's read in chat. Hello, my name is Riley. Pronouns are he, him, his. I'll be leaving at 8:30 tonight, but all my access needs have been met. Thank you, Riley. MBB. Molecular biography and biochemistry. Biology and biochemistry. Okay. Operations research. Operations research. Philosophy.
Hi, my name is Nikki Kerrigan. My pronouns are she, her, hers. I hope everyone's doing well today. In terms of access needs, I will need certain things to be clarified and repeated if I zone out or anything. So I would just wonder, like, what's the best way to do that, to request clarification?
Okay, thank you for the question. For if it's clarifications around process or just something, you can do a raise a point of order, and you can do that in the chat. Like just type out point of order or POI, and I'll work with Abby to make sure that gets spelled out. Okay.
Thank you so much.
Okay, and also for staff, the agenda needs to be updated to it as Tony U's now been replaced by Nikki. Physics.
Hi, I'm Sharik. I'm filling in for Graham today. My pronouns are he, him, his. As for my access needs, I'm currently on my way home right now, so I'm going to be dropping in and out for the first hour or so.
Thank you, Sharik. Political science.
Hi, everyone. My name is Abby. He, him, his pronouns. All my access needs are met, except my Wi-Fi tends to cut out here and there, so I may have to rejoin the meeting.
Okay, thank you, Abby. Psychology.
Hi, everyone. My name is Tiffany, and all my access needs are met, other than just my audio sometimes being spotty, so I may ask for clarification. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Science Undergraduate Society. Zaid's just coming in now, so I'll give them 1 minute or a few minutes. Hey, Zaid. We're just getting your roll call. We just head up at your spot. So if you'd like to give your name, pronouns, and access needs, that'd be great.
Hi, everyone. My name is Zaid Mari.
Okay.
Wait, sorry. Was that my turn?
Yeah, it's your turn.
Sorry, everybody. I'm just got home. Hello, everyone. My name is Zaid Laurie. My pronouns are he, him, his, and my accessibility needs are currently met.
Okay, thank you, Zaid. Kayla put it in the chat. That's Kayla's from Sociology and Anthropology. Hi, I'm Kayla. Pronouns are she, hers. All my access needs are met. Thank you. Software systems.
Hello. My name is Shashank Tanalapati. My pronouns are he, him, his. All my accessibility needs are met. I just need to step out at around 6 o'clock for an interview, and I'll be back in an hour. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Statistics and actuarial sciences.
Hello, everyone. My name is Gia. My pronouns is she or her. All my access needs are met. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Sustainable Energy Engineering Student Society.
Hi, my name is Mohammed Al-Shaboul. My pronouns are he, him, his. All my access needs are met. However, I do have about 3 million assignments, so I will be solving thermal throughout the council meeting, if that's okay with everyone.
Thanks for the heads up. Okay, constituency group representatives. First Nations, Métis and Inuit Student Association. FNMISA. Okay, International Student Advocates.
Hello everyone, my name is Chi. My pronouns is she, her, hers. My access need, I have to leave at 7:30, 7:45, just because I have a midterm tomorrow and I have to study for it. Other than that, all my access needs have been met. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Students of Caribbean and African ancestry. Soka. Oh, my apologies, I missed Sass. Okay, ACOMs, we missed that. So, my name is ACOM. My pronouns are she, her, hers, and all my access needs are met. Thank you. My apologies, ACOM, I missed Sass. Okay, so Soka. Okay, Women's Center Collective. And in chat, Nim. Hello everyone, my name is Nim, she, they. I am calling in from the unceded territories of the Kwantlen and Semihoho, so my apologies if I mispronounced it, Semiahmoo nations. I am dealing with a family emergency, so I'm listening, but we'll have the camera off and we'll most likely be messaging if needed. My Wi-Fi is also iffy sometimes, so I might have to come in and out of the meeting. Thank you for giving us the heads up, Nim. Affiliated student groups, Athletic Advisory Committee.
Hi everyone, my name is Paul. Pronouns are he, him, his. My accessibility needs are met. However, my Wi-Fi is pretty spotty, just like a lot of you guys. So I might be coming in and out as well. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So executives now. Acting president, myself, who's chair. My name is Corbett. My pronouns are he, him, his, and all my access needs are met. Though I generally met, though I am had a really busy last couple days, so I might be a little unfocused at times. So please, if you need me to repeat something or just have a little bit of patience with me, thank you. Acting VP, Internal and Organizational Development.
Hi, my name's Chloe. My pronouns are she, her. All my access needs are met, but I'm going to be keeping my camera off today because I'm not feeling too good.
Thank you. I hope you feel better. VP, Finance and Services. Amos is in chat. Amos Fundura, she, her. All access needs are met, but I might need to drive for a portion of the meeting. Okay, stay safe. Please don't. If you need to drop out, that's probably fine. I think we'll have quorum. Just so you don't have to be worried about distracted driving. VP University and Academic Affairs. Serena Baines, hi all, my name is Serena, pronouns are she, they, or they, she, rather. For access needs, I still have a sore throat, unfortunately, so I'll be using the chat for most part other than my exec reports. Okay, thank you. VP External Community Affairs.
Hi, this is Matt. Are you able to hear me okay?
Yep.
All right, cool. Weird connection with my headphones. So Matt, my pronouns are he, him, his. My accessibility needs. My mic and my stuff is connecting weird through Bluetooth today. I'll also be keeping my camera off unless I need to speak. I'm just feeling pretty dusted. It's been a couple long days, so bear with me.
Thank you. VP Equity and Sustainability.
Hey everyone, my name is Marie. Pronouns she, her, hers. My access needs are met, but I am in the AQ and it's pretty loud here, so I'll just be mindful of that basically. But that's all from me.
Okay, thank you. VP Events and Student Affairs.
Hello, my name is Jess. My pronouns are she, her, hers for my access needs. I'm a little foggy today. It's been very overwhelming past few days, so I'm going to keep my camera off.
Okay, thank you. Operations Organizer.
Hi everyone, my name is Aisha. My pronouns are she, her, hers, and my access needs are met.
Thank you. Board Organizer.
Hi everyone, this is Ella.
pronoun she, her, hers. And my access needs are mostly met. I am feeling a little under the weather, so I might leave after this first little bit and then just watch the rest of the recording.
Okay, thank you. Policy Research Community Affairs Coordinator. Not sure if they're in today. They might come later. Administrative Assistants.
Hi everyone, I'm Simmer. My pronouns are he and him, and all my access needs are met.
Okay. Building Manager.
Hi all, John here. Pronouns are he, him, his, and all my access needs are met.
Okay, thank you. That's all roll call. That took a while. So we're moving on to regrets. 3 point. Sorry, actually 4 points. Oh, give me 1 second. Yeah, we're going to move to consent agenda 4.1. Be resolved to adopt the consent agenda by unanimous consent. Do I have any objections to the items in the consent agenda that we would member of council would like to move out to have further discussion and voting on? I'll go through each item. 4.1.1 is matters from council minutes. I'm actually going to object to that and pull it out and postpone it later, so don't worry about that. Matters arising from the minutes from the executive committee for January 11th and January 18th. Ratification of regrets from the education counselor. Ratified regrets from GHE from February 2nd, as the council meetings were not received due to internet issues. Ratification regrets for labor studies that Justin Chen had sent in regrets, but it didn't get done on the February 2nd meeting. And a motion to reimburse the student advocacy office furniture reimbursement. That's 4.1.5. And this is to reimburse the coordinator for purchasing of some furniture for her office. It just was over the threshold that for exec to approve, so it had come to here. And then also count, and then 4.1.6 is the accessible course practices joint statement approval submitted by Ben and supporting the letter which was sent out to council. If you'd like to add your list to any objections to the items onto the consent agenda, please add your name now. I see Ben and Abby had one, but they both retracted. I'm assuming it's related to the council 19th minutes. Yeah, okay, thank you. So yeah, I've objected to that, so that we moved out and put onto, we put under, we'll have to roll back to, no, the way that's organized is different on the page. We'll put that into, it'll be part of statement 1. Be part of new business. Okay. Any other items? Gabe, you need to correct me on something?
Well, I was just going to say you can put the minutes directly after the adoption of the agenda because that's usually where they'd go if they weren't under the consent agenda.
Thank you very much. Yeah, then I'll put that there. It'll be after 5. It'll be between 5 and 6. Okay. Thank you. Seeing no other objections to the items in the consent agenda, it passed unanimously. We'll move on to 5.1, adoption of the agenda. Motion is be resolved to adopt the agenda as presented. Do I have a mover?
Math.
Thank you, Math. Do I have a seconder?
Political science.
Political science. Okay. Discussion. Any amendments to the motion to the agenda? Please list yourself. And I will be listing myself. Okay. If you have other points, please add your name to the list. I'll go first. So I'd like to add an in-camera session between 8.2 and 8.3, titled it's a discussion SFU letters regarding sub closure. Yeah, and just for clarity for everyone else, in camera is, yes, confidential, and it's with counselors only in a separate breakout room. It's just to discuss things that often have a confidential or legal nature. It could be, there's a couple different areas like HR related matters or legal matters or strategy related to like say a campaign or something that we wouldn't want the person to know about our strategy and stuff. So in this case, it's related to the sub-closure and some other discussions and stuff around that matter from SFU. And it's kind of related to the sub-closure one, so I wanted to put it right before it. Any other items? Seeing none, we'll move to a, we'll have these items as a, well, just the one item to be added to amend the agenda to. Do I have a move? I'll move it. Do I have a seconder?
Math.
Thank you, Matt. Any discussion on the item I've added? Seeing one, move to a vote. Be it resolved, seeking unanimous, yes. All in favor, seeking unanimous consent, please use the raise hand feature in Zoom if you would like to abstain or dissent, and I will call on you to record your votes. Seeing none, that carries unanimously. We are now back to the main motion of the amended agenda. We've already, is there any other discussion? Want to do one last chance for anyone who want to add any new items to the agenda? Seeing none, we'll go to a vote. All in favor, seeking unanimous consent. If you'd like to abstain or dissent, please use the raise hand feature in Zoom, and I will call on you to record your vote. Seeing none, that passes, is carried as amended. Moving on to 6.1 is a mistake. That should have been removed. Yeah, because Gabe, you're actually not here to do a presentation. You've asked to have that happen later in the term. So my mistake. So I will move to postpone this indefinitely. Do I have a seconder?
Political science.
Thank you, political science. Any discussion? Seeing none, okay, I will move to a vote. All in favor, seeking unanimous consent. If you'd like to abstain or dissent, please use the raise hand feature, and I will call on you to record your vote. Seeing none, that passes. Thank you very much. We will now move on to 7.7, reports from committees. So 7.1, report from executive committees. So I will give this to Jess. Do we have any slides for it specifically? I can just verbally give it either way. No problem. So I will, so for the executive committee, we met, we've been working hard to get back into doing bi-weekly meetings that are opposite of council meetings. So we met last week, and we met to talk about COVID's the impacts, like, review what's been happening with COVID. We reallocated some funds to start purchasing masks, and we actually approved a motion through email in between the meetings so that we could actually start purchasing things. So we have some masks already purchased, around just over 3,000. That will be coming on its way. 1,200 was already purchased beforehand. These are FN95 masks. There's a typo later in one of the motions. These are Canadian-made N95 masks and are produced in Ontario and shipped out here. So there will be about 5,000 masks coming in over the next little week or so. Then we'll have more purchases later. And we also had a meeting talking about a recommendation to council around the student union building, whether to extend the closure or to reopen. We passed a motion recommending that the sub does do reopening. Sorry, 1 second. So Jess is sharing the screen.
Can I hop in quickly?
Yes, you can.
Sorry. So because we haven't been able to do a report for 3 council meetings, this is a combination from January 19th, February 2nd, and February 16th. I'm going to time each executive to 3 minutes. So pick and choose what you want to say because we have 3 slides each. This report from the executive committee is old. Because this was in the time of during Gabe. So even Gabe's report is still on here before he resigned and before Chloe was onboarded. We do have a slide from Chloe at the end. So Corbett, I don't know if you finished your slides, but this is something over the past month and a half you could say. And if you miss anything, then just say it off the top of your head. But I'm going to start timing now for 3 minutes each.
Okay. So yeah, so executive committees, we met for a number of issues. Some of them were in camera, so I can't discuss them publicly, but most any motions related to council have been forwarded. I can go into my executive officer report afterwards because we still have to have a report from nominating committee, so from Chloe. And so after that, we'll go into executive officers. Chloe, are you able to just talk about what you were able to work on related to the committee stuff?
Yeah, so one thing the exec team really wants to get going again are our committee meetings, especially with all the projects we need to wrap up before the semester ends. So I looked through our current committee council tracker, and I created a doc that was shared, a report that was shared with the agenda about all of the vacancies. I later found out that some of them may not be correct, so that's something that we'll have to relook at when we do the nominations in motion 8.2, I believe. And yeah, so hopefully everyone got a chance to take a look at that and see if they're not yet on a committee and what committees may be of interest to them.
Okay, thank you. Now we'll move on to report of executive officers. Jess, if you can reshare the screen. Your screen. Okay, thank you. Yeah, if you move down to internal organizational development. Thanks. So this is an old report. I was transitioning a lot with working with Gabe and generally basically attending both his meetings and my meetings, which meant that for about 3 weeks I was basically just in back-to-back meetings for 3 weeks. It was pretty rough at times, but it was also necessary to be able to actually jump in, work into this role and be able to get some things done. I understand what he was working on and what projects and what issues he was advocating for on behalf of the students and on behalf of SFS. So, attended multiple COVID-19 meetings and executive committee meetings due to COVID-19, SFE statements, and other issues. And there was almost always a COVID-19 safety meeting for the first 3 weeks. That's started to slow down now. Project work, working on different council briefing notes, the presidential transition plan, spring governance operations plan. It's kind of like a strategic plan for the term, and meeting with SFU around other issues. Now, as acting president, I've been working with attending a number of those meetings, like meeting with what's called JOG. It's with different administrators on SFSS from an operational perspective, meeting with President Johnson to advocate for issues directly to the SFU president. Had a few small interviews, press, and did a lot of admin catch-up where I was going through a lot of emails because I inherited about 250 unread emails, and a lot of them were actually actionable, so it took a while to catch up. And I'm about down to almost about 100 or so unread right now, but I'm getting there. And also lately, I've been also trying to provide supports and guidance on the election with staff and stuff, and checking in to making sure certain things happen, like messaging got out and such. Okay, thank you. Amos, are you available to speak, or if not, I can speak in your space if she's driving. Okay, sorry, 1 second. Need to close the chat. Okay, so Almas was involved in executive committee meetings, Senate meetings, COVID-19 response on like the survey, sub-working group, safety working group, and response working group. She said shout out to Jess for all the great work. She did a peak interview. She was part of the Excellence in Teaching Awards committee. That's an SFU committee. Faculty Dean Science Hiring Committee as well. She's undergraduate representative. She's working on SFP's standard operating procedures. These are our standard processes for how to do stuff. And so she's part of the planning session and reviewed the annual plan and issues policies for VP Finance. Joined operation group meeting with SFU and GSS. Staff meetings as well. They happen once a month. She's been working with Marie and I on the Afghan student funding meeting around, and Ashran as well, around supporting an Afghan student at risk, a scholar. And has some internal operations group meetings, gift cards for staff and West scholarship support, various administrative tasks related to payroll and stipends and work reports for last month, and the GST payments. That's just financial kind of standard stuff we do. Talking about the poster board replacements with Serena. And she's been researching a new fund for international students to help with some of the costs associated with that, plus also working on sub-reopening planning. Okay, thank you.
Hey everyone, please excuse my voice if it's awful. I've had a sore throat for a minute, so I might pause and mute just to like clear my throat or cough and that kind of thing. But I'll get started. So first, in terms of Senate meetings, one thing I wanted to mention was SCOOS. I've been giving, which is the Senate Committee for Undergraduate Studies. I should mention that. One of the things that came up out of that committee was, if folks remember, the grading petition that was launched by a couple of SFU students. Seems like quite a long time ago now, but there were some updates in terms of that. In terms of the grading scales, the research was complete, and now SFU has decided that they're going to start discussion and work on redesigning the grading scale and with defining what is an average student. So they didn't necessarily think that that all the grading scales should be equal or that kind of thing, but they want to more clearly define what is an average student so there isn't as much discrepancy from department to department. Hopefully that makes sense. If folks don't understand, though, definitely send me a message and I'll try to make it more clear. In terms of BOG, excuse me, in terms of BOG, SFU 350 had their motion go forward, and the result of that was that the Responsible Investment Committee will now have more of a sustainability focus, which is great. They also committed to declaring a climate emergency. I know all of this sounds outdated, but it's been a minute since I've given one of these reports. Contract Worker Justice Campaign also presented to the Board of Governors at the last board meeting, and they're looking to submit a motion soon. And they did release a report as well, speaking about all of the, what's the word, like the conditions that workers are facing currently at SFU. Poster boards, like almost mentioned in her report, around December and January, I was receiving a lot of student concerns because we had those first 2 weeks that were online. So folks were really concerned about the drop deadline, the tuition refund deadline, and concerns about academic accommodations through Cal and academic concessions through their particular professors. So I was replying to a lot of those emails. Sub and COVID safety, like mentioned previously, we met almost every day throughout December, and then it's kind of gone to more of a weekly, bi-weekly thing. The gondola was approved, also feels like old news, but that's huge. We did the press conference, a ton of meetings over the holidays that I have no recollection of now, sorry. Standard operating practices that I'm working on to hopefully get done by the end of this month, which basically means the person who is my successor can hopefully understand their role better than when I entered my role. Semester report that was completed for the end of December, I think. Working on the accessibility bursary and trying to make sure, I'm gonna make sure it gets done before I leave, basically. So I've just been working on that. The accessible course practices folks, let me look over their draft of the joint letter that we'll be reviewing today. So thank you very much to them for their work. Accessibility Assistant Hiring Committee, that started up so that the accessibility coordinator can have greater support. And that's about it. So you can always reach me over email, Discord, Facebook, whatever works for you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Can you see me and can you hear me?
Oh.
All right. So yeah, there's been a lot. I feel like a lot of this stuff feels really old, but I guess a lot of the work that I was doing was prepping for the Gondola Town Hall since I was preparing my presentation, doing outreach with comms and also Ella and a lot of the support staff who helped me. You know, they took on a lot of the work to kind of get the communication out for that, which was really helpful. And also outreach to membership and kind of sending, you know, emails for invitations and making sure folks are in the loop. So that was really exciting. And then ultimately, shortly after that, the gondola was approved through Burnaby City Council. So that's really awesome. But yeah, so that was fun. And also on this, we also had the press conference that we were prepping for. One thing that we decided out of this is never host two things like this in one day, because that was a shit ton of fun. So there was a press conference. We're preparing our presentations and supporting documents. And this is all COVID-19 related. So COVID subgroup. And then during that month, we did the subtenants town hall because of the subclosure, we wanted to communicate with the subtenants where that's going to kind of go from. Just doing updates on that as well. We were working on the COVID student survey just to get that prep for the press conference, and then relevant communications material in regards to reduced capacity and signage, and also stuff that is going out to membership. And then also the COVID joint letter, which Marie was leading, and I sat in on a meeting or two and kind of went through stuff. A couple other things I've been working on that's still ongoing currently is we're getting a building plaque, which is really exciting. I've been working with John and Jess on this from the Subsoft opening. We actually had Elder Shane Point come in and give the ballroom, I guess like how you call it, like an Indigenous name for that space. So we're getting a building plaque made to commemorate that, and we've gotten some cool stuff, so it'll be really nice. We're also continuing to work with John on the sub-activism project that was from the last board term, so finalizing, getting some of the pictures to actually get them put up. Continuously working on outstanding reports, so look out for those. Prepping for my committees and also following up with lobby day, like with staff. Next slide, please. And so a couple other things in regards to SFU, I'm on 2 search committees, one for the Associate Vice President Indigenous, which has been ongoing since the fall, still on it, still happening. I just got asked to sit on the Vice President Communications and Marketing Search Committee. This is a brand new position. So we just had our initial meeting and we'll keep folks updated within the next coming months as this is the timeline. Me and Jess had our first meeting today for the MSC Generalist Hiring Committee with some staff. So working on that, went through the job description, finalizing interview questions, and then we're going to be going through the applicants to get ready for our next meeting. I'm working on a project for the Indian residential school survivors and kin tuition waiver and drafting issues policies. I believe that is time. Thank you.
Alrighty, it's my turn. Okay, so you're not going to get everything that's been done in the last couple of weeks just because I was on a leave of absence as I was recovering from COVID. But upon my return, I launched the joint letter between TSSU, GSS, SFSS, and SFU DNA as well, which was advocating for a more adequate transition back to in-campus learning, but initially having hybrid learning, so an option to have in-person learning and, oh, sorry, let me hold it like this. Is that better, Joey? Hopefully. Anyways, yeah, so we kind of were advocating for proper masking, capacity limits, hybrid broadcasting, etc., to mitigate risk in the transmission of the Omicron variant and to really center disabled and neurodiverse students. And then we also formulated an email campaign for this, for students to kind of voice how they're feeling and also add their experience and send off to admin and Senate. And then we went to JOG as well to kind of discuss these concerns related to COVID. And then, also we've been in discussion with JOG as well about ensuring that it becomes proactive. So we've been experiencing some hardship ultimately over there. But yeah, JOG is Joint Operations Group for anyone who doesn't know, or some new counselors who are in here. And then afterwards, we were preparing SFSS communications for updates that went out regarding the sub and the sub closure. I was doing this with Matt. And then we had, of course, our executive developmental sessions. And I am currently working on a series of 3 speakers for Black History Month, which we will be excitingly releasing very soon. I'm also preparing a motion regarding a donation to a Black-led organization for Black History Month. We're looking at the Vancouver Black Library, which is a really centered space for Black folks to kind of feel safe in their learning. And then I was part of the wellness plan for Black students. It's a collaboration between health and counseling. It's to look over short-term and long-term goals to support Black students in their mental health and well-being. And then I was catching up on emails and discussions with staff and execs on my return. Next slide. Then I also was reaching out to constituency groups to kind of fill in their seats for the BIPOC and Equity and Sustainability Committee. And then I was also working on basically preparing a campaign in order to recruit at-large representatives for those committees as well. And then we were outreaching counselors to actually post about their endorsements in terms of the referendum question regarding the Indigenous, Black, and disabled or neurodiverse groups, group levies. And then I had a discussion about a really cool summer academy that I'll bring here for next meeting regarding advocacy, how to campaign and mobilize and more, just because like that's a huge gap at the university, and I think a lot of students could have a special opportunity to learn more. And then I was supporting the temporary Women's Center coordinator, preparing the Women's Center coordinator hiring committee just to launch. And then we're also in discussion with SFU to receive the Freedom Square plaque and podium, and then to ensure that we place it properly within the SFSS. And we finally have some movement regarding the WUSC scholarship, where SFU is actually willing now to put it under their scholarship for a domestic Black student and a student with either refugee background or who is a refugee. And then lastly, I'm in discussions regarding SFSS signage in the new stadium, since we did donate a huge contribution to the stadium as well. So yeah, that's basically it. That was a mouthful.
Okay, I'm gonna go quick. I helped onboard the FNMISA new coordinator. We had a recap on the holiday closure and some updates with MSA staff. Worked on the building plaque. Had a project regroup with Matt because we have a lot of overlapping things. Wrapping up with BC flood support. We need to finish up a check to sign. Resume and interview workshop series with Aisha and Dipti is another program that we're going to have, but only for Black, Indigenous, and students of color. And so an email was sent out for you folks to sign up. There's only 2 spots left. So if you're interested, please sign up because we can only take a limited amount. We had, I'm just skipping through these because they were already talked about. I had an interview with the Peak. I had a regroup with Ella for portfolio support because I have only like 2.5 months left. Again, we had the press conference and then the sub-19 COVID-19 and sub-safety working group. We went from meeting every single day to turning to be 1 to 2 times a week to prep for the closure and the opening. We connected with SCR and MEX and are supporting with clubs with anything that they need, if we can support them with events, whether or not if it's feasible during this time. So we had to discuss that with ISF. I helped to create a motion to executive committee to pass money to support Global Shapers Vancouver for Black History Month. I had another interview with CTV about the petition from SFSS. We recently had clubs days. We onboarded our building assistants to be temporary executive assistants because the sub is closed, so we were able to get support from them. I worked with SOCA to help with movie Mondays, and we have another movie at the last week of February for Black History Month. There's a lot of issues with the clubs that we're handling. We did a Valentine's Day giveaway. I'm working on the Person of the Year awards, and I'm also on the Generalist Hiring Committee. I'm helping chair the Executive Committee Dev sessions, and I need to review the tabling guidelines, and then we need to review for the 7th time for the COVID guidelines because of the new PHO orders. So that's going to be something that's urgent because we got news recently, and hopefully once we reopen the sub, we're going to able to have events. So we'll see what the heck happens. And that's all.
Okay, so can everyone hear me? Okay, I'm gonna take that as a yes. So yeah, so I started my first 3 weeks as VP IOD. And like a lot of that has been meetings with Corbett about transitioning into the role. A couple of formal ones, lots of informal ones when we're both just in the office and Corbett's explaining how to do something. There's been lots of reading and sending emails. That's been a huge part of just like understanding the context of what emails are, the chains are going on, and like how to respond to them, if they're meant for me, if they're meant for VPI, or if they're just meant for Corbett. I've had to figure that out in a lot of emails. And then I've also been familiarizing myself with the MMPC and governance committee's projects. I was working on setting up meetings for both. Some counselors got emails for that, but then I realized we are just missing a lot of members, and some people resigned in the last couple of weeks. So that's why it was important to get the committee's report out and get those committee appointments done at this meeting, so that our committees can get up and running and we can finish the projects that were started. Some just COVID/sub stuff. When I first got into the role, I just asked around really informally about some common questions, some FAQs about the sub, and then we finished that report with exec and staff. Some projects that I worked on, I did the committee vacancy report, which we'll talk about later. And then I also am working on the Vancouver campus sub office, or sorry, not sub, SFSS office. We're hoping to get that in the Gold Corp Center, but we still need to talk to like student unions. The Gold Corp Center is very limited on space, so we need to talk to the student unions that reside there to ensure that this is something that they want and something that they're willing to share the space for. So that needs to happen. And then if that's something that they want, then Ella and I are going to go down and check out the space and see if it can fit in office and if it's the space that we want. And then as for meetings, a lot of my time is just spent in meetings, like the standard weekly, bi-weekly meetings of like exec committee, reviewing council action items, catch up with staff. And then I had an in-depth sub tour with John, which was really fun. And then on Monday, I did an overview of the council vacancy tracker with Sumaya. And then I think below, it's cut out right now on the screen, but I also have been looking over like the bylaws and the policies, and I had a meeting with BD about that, but that still needs a lot more work for the policy and bylaws cleanup. And then I just included a little meme on the side. I can read it. That's me. I'm excited about becoming acting VP IOD to pursue my interest in policy and governance. And that's me being stressed about the 70+ unread emails, several projects on the go, and Corbett's unmatched knowledge of policies, bylaws, and governance. And yeah, that's everything from me.
Thank you very much, everyone. I realized I skipped 2 things. One, we had pulled out the January 19 council minutes to motion for them to be postponed, and I forgot to do that. Additionally, there was a council regret that I did not add that I would like to amend the agenda for. So first, I'll go back to the minutes to do a motion on that. So it would be, sorry, I don't have the number with it because of changing to number schemes on the agenda, but it's I'd like to move to postpone the adoption or the final, sorry, what's down, literally.
The ratification, maybe?
Yeah, I'm just looking at the minutes language. Okay, so I move to postpone the receiving and filing of the January 19th, 2022 council minutes. Do I have a seconder?
Math.
Sorry, I moved to postpone it until the next meeting. Do I have a seconder?
Math.
Thank you, Matt. That swear is now recorded for all time, Abby. Okay. Okay, thank you. Discussion.
I'll just put on record, sorry for swearing. Sorry if that offended anyone's ears. I apologize.
Thank you for the apology. Okay, seeing no discussion, I'll move to a vote. All in favor, seeking unanimous consent. If you would like to abstain or absent, please use the raise hand feature in Zoom. I will call on you to record your vote. That carries unanimously. Thank you. Sorry, 1 second. Okay, just getting there, Abby. So, okay, I'm going to move to amend the agenda to include regrets from the biology counselor. He has a midterm. Do I have a seconder?
Political science.
Thank you, political science. Okay. Any discussion? this is an amendment to the agenda to add this on. So technically, we're not doing the motion yet itself, just the amendment. Okay, seeing none, we'll move to a vote to be resolved. Sorry. All in favor, seeking unanimous consent. If you'd like to move, sorry, if you'd like to abstain or dissent, please use the raise hand feature on Zoom, and I will call on you to record your vote. Seeing none, that amendment carries. It is now, we'll now move back to the main motion, which is actually the actual motion to approve the regrets. So I'll read it again. Be it resolved to accept the regrets for the biology counselor due to academic conflict. Any discussion on that? Oh, sorry. I've moved that. Seconder, please.
Math.
Thank you, Matt. Discussion. Okay, moving to a vote. All in favor, seeking unanimous consent. If you'd like to abstain or dissent, please use the raise hand feature in Zoom, and I will call on you to record your vote. Okay, that passes unanimously. Thank you very much. We'll move back on to our regular set of items. So we move into new business 8.1, membership mask purchases. Submitted by myself. I'll read out the motion. Whereas the executive committee has reallocated $30,000 for line item 816/20 COVID response to a new line item titled membership PPE for the purchase of personal protective equipment to distribute to members, where staff has sourced F95 masks made in Canada from a local Vancouver business, whereas the executive committee has already approved spending up to $5,000 on purchasing masks, maximum allowable by our bylaws. Be resolved that council tasked the executive committee to purchase up to $25,000 of F95 masks for distribution to members. Do I have a mover?
Math.
Thank you, Matt. Do I have a seconder?
Chloe.
Sorry, I heard multiple people, and the only thing that cleared out was Abby's. So, yeah. Sorry about that, everyone. Okay, just before we get into discussion, I'd like to amend this motion because there's a couple errors in it. That was my mistake on it. So I am going to, the amendments I would like to make is they're basically grammar corrections. The line item is actually 861/20. And the new line item is actually 862/20. And it's not F95, it's FN95. Okay. So give me 2 minutes to retype that out with the proper numbers for staff. So this will take just a minute. I'll just manually type it all out. So 1 second. Okay, that is the motion amended. I've moved that. Do I have a seconder?
Math.
Thank you. Oh, shoot. Sorry. Take out the 1 second. Just taking up one last. Okay. Thank you, Matt. Discussion on this amendment to the motion. Seeing none, moving to a vote. All in favor, seeking unanimous consent. If you'd like to abstain or dissent, please use the raise hand feature in Zoom, and I'll call on you to record your vote. Okay, that amendment passes. Now we're back onto the main motion that has been amended. I'll read it out again. Whereas the Executive Committee has reallocated $30,000 from the line item 861/20 COVID response to a new line item 862/20, sorry, membership PPE for the purchase of personal protective equipment to distribute to members. Whereas staff have sourced FN95 masks made in Canada masks from a local Vancouver business. Whereas the Executive Committee has already approved spending up to $5,000 on purchasing masks, the maximum allowable by our bylaws. Resolved that Council tasks the Executive Committee to purchase up to $25,000 of FN95 masks for distribution to members. Discussion. Please list yourself if you'd like to discuss this. Okay, go ahead, Matt.
All right, cool. Yeah, so I can just kind of talk about where this kind of came from. Sorry, that's so weird. So the reallocation came from the $400,000 of like COVID funding. And so we wanted to ensure that there was funding aside for PPE, specifically for students, like within the sub. And so, and I guess like in regards to the amount, this doesn't need to be spent all at once because we might still need to spend money on like in the future. It's just reassuring that we have funds later on so that we can keep buying the purchasing like of PPE, specifically masks, because like they are disposable. A lot of folks go through them. So, and this can be done like later on as well. I think we wanted to, like, the intention of this was to make sure that we had funds set aside to redistribute resources back to students and set aside this specifically for PPE. And so technically, like as a reallocation, the funds are there. We just wanted to make sure that this was set aside for students to benefit them, especially trying to plan this out like during the duration of the sub closures, that we had stuff in place. And like Corbett said, there has already been funding set aside, and then we are also planning to make sure that we have them like accessible as well, and make sure that we have FN95. And if folks are wondering about that, that just means that they're made in Canada, like how was it N95 are made in the States, and then like so and so on. So if there's any questions about that, but that's something that we've been discussing and trying to work through. But I am in favor of this motion. I think it's really important that we have these resources set aside, and that this is allocated properly back to a community who will be needing access to this for who knows how long.
Corbett, you were muted. I don't know if you said something.
Thank you. I'm not used to muting, but I'm trying to make it so I don't have echo. Jess, go ahead.
So as for the rest of the money that is not related to masks, Matt and I are working on, again, giving the rest of the funding to give back to community and membership in ways that could be like a relief fund. The process is still in works, and we still have to work with SFE Financial Aid and Awards for this. But I'm in support of this motion because it's really hard to have access to masks. And let's say that like if your family member needs one and you're not going to need it, then you can just go take one for them and just bring it home. You have that for you, so you can get support for yourself or your family. And in the event if we do need to purchase more masks, we'll see what we can do to work around the budget. But for now, I think that the way that we allocated it is in good favor.
Thank you. Mohammed?
There we go. I have a few questions. I apologize to everyone. My questions are as follows. How will these masks be distributed? Like whichever ones we do end up buying due to demand. One, how will we know how much demand we have? And two, how will they be distributed? And I also wanted to ask if we're taking into consideration that SFU is also giving masks, because I don't know the policies for those masks. I don't know if they're sold or they just give them away. I just know that SFU has masks. And the last question I had was, are these going to also be distributed to Surrey campus students or not? Yeah.
Okay, we have direct response from Jess and then also one from Matt. So Jess, go first.
We will be, thank you, Marie. We will be giving it out by having students pick it up from the Go Desk at the sub. It's for free. You only take one. SFU has a different process. That was with the cloth masks. I remember they implemented that back in 2020, but we're not using the same one. In terms of if these are going to be distributed to Surrey or Vancouver campuses, we can look into that. That's a good point. Thank you, Mohammed.
Matt, go ahead.
Yeah, kind of just to like reiterate what Jess said, basically like if students need them or like for in classes, like they'll just be able to pick them up. I know there are places like in SFU that are distributing, from what I've heard, like medical grade masks, but from what like we think like is beneficial and the most like effective would be FN95. So that would be, they're still like medical grade, but just that we know that's what we've heard that keeps like the most protection. So we want to make sure we're buying proper PPE and buying like the best quality that we can get. And then also like for membership, I don't see an issue with them being distributed at Surrey or Vancouver as well, since we are. And then like for the funds, for making sure that like if we have enough, or like the main thing is just make sure that we have them, and then I guess we'll see demand. Like if they go really quickly, then we still have funds to buy more. And that's kind of like what we're trying to see. Like we want to make sure that we have enough money because they are like expensive, but then we don't have to keep reallocating money or find funds. We just are able to do this, and we're like, okay, we're going to purchase X amount right now and see how long that lasts. And then from there, we'll be able to see, oh, this much lasted throughout the rest of the spring semester. Summer semester is slower, and then we'll be like the next executive board or like council will be able to plan for the fall with the funds, because I don't think we're going to spend all of that money on masks like right away. But it's just so that we have that set aside so that it's already there for like the allocation. It doesn't have to keep like, oh, we have to spend this amount and then this amount. It just makes sense to do that lump sum and then divvy it up where needed. So I hope that clarifies your question.
And okay, Nikki has a direct response. Is it to a question that Mohammed has asked?
Yeah, this is in just direct response, very briefly to Jess, is how will we make sure that only students will get only one mask and they don't double dip?
We're thinking of implementing a system, but however, we just wanted students to do this in good faith because we don't know what their needs are as an individual. So I reuse my KN95 masks for multiple times before I disregard them because they're super expensive. So that's something we're always going to try to encourage, but we're not going to take any names down. We're not going to take any emails. We're going to give them as needed for students. If they request something, we want to make it as low barrier as possible. So if you need something, if you need one of them, then go ahead. But we're just going to give it out one at a time.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Marie, back into the speaker list. Marie, go ahead.
Thank you. Yeah, good questions, y'all. But yeah, I think this is the biggest thing is that, well, first I'm voting in support, obviously, but if you haven't noticed yet, like there's some more restrictions or like new restrictions that came out, but a lot of them have been dropped except for masks. So although there's a lot of restrictions that are being dropped, masks are still included. However, like the fact that other restrictions, what am I trying to say? Sorry. Basically, that restrictions that are being dropped are a really big safety barrier for a lot of immunocompromised students too. So being able to fill in the gaps where SFU is not necessarily providing a mass amount or a well-known amount for students is really important. So I'm supporting this. Further, I've kind of been in conversation with Erin Biddlecombe from Student Services about talking about providing N95 masks and all that, and I'm still yet to hear back from that, which is a bit unfortunate, but I'm going to ask at JOG if they're still going to be doing this. But for the time being, I think it's a really good thing that we're providing kind of like safety barriers for students and reallocating back to the community. And if there is excess funds in relation to the bigger pool of funds that we do have, I really do support like sending it off in forms of like a fund for students to pull from in terms of like financial inaccessibility, just because COVID is a hard time, and I've noticed like a lot of funds have completely been dropped, especially since SFU has completely dropped a lot of them too. So yeah, those are my thoughts, but I'm going to be voting in favor.
Thank you, Marie. Chloe, you're next.
Yeah, I wanted to say that I'm also in favor of this motion. This is a service that I know I've seen students have been asking for, and it's a service that I'll be using as well. So yeah, I'm in fully support of this motion. I also wanted to add that I saw this on Surrey campus. I'm not sure if it's also at Burnaby campus, but there's a landfill diversion program where you can put your masks in like a separate cardboard disposal container, so it won't go to the landfill when you're done with it. I mean, they're inside, so I don't know how many people are disposing of their masks while they're still inside, but if you can hold on to it, and like, you know, when you're done with your mask, you can hold on to it, and when you're back on campus, you can dispose of the one you used. So I saw that the other day, and I thought that was really great.
Okay, thank you, Marie. Matt, you have a direct response?
Yeah, I just wanted to answer, I believe Ben's question in the chat. So pretty much the FN95, like the standards are pretty similar to like an N95 or a KN95. It basically, from what we've seen, this is like the Canadian standard N95, and its filtration is around like 95%, and also it's pretty standard like PPE, and that's like why we decided to go with those, just because we're sourcing them locally within the Vancouver, like Metro Vancouver area. So if you're looking at FN95, it's the same standard as like a KN95 or like an N95. Hopefully that answers your question.
Thank you, Matt. Just before I jump back into, I wanted to also do kind of a direct response. The other reason why we were sourcing locally, and this was part of the reason why it took us longer to get this motion in front of council, is originally, well, one, it was difficult to get it masked in locally because everyone's trying to buy masks, but two, staff did buy some masks through Amazon online, and like about 200 or so for staff, and then we later found out they were counterfeit. And so we thought it would be much more important especially for our members, to really take the time to source out proper masking. So thanks. Backing into the list, Mohammed, go ahead.
I might add an amendment to this if I see that discussion is in favor of this idea in general, but I do want to hear what council has to think about this. A few of the CSS students have been struggling with getting rapid tests as well, a lot more than masks actually, and we've had a few cases so far. Some of our students would have loved to have rapid tests, but they're, well, available nowhere pretty much. So I wanted to ask if it's at all possible, whether due to restrictions from the government or due to monetary reasons, whether we think it is possible or not to also add in being able to buy also rapid tests for some of our students, if council is wanting or willing to do that.
Okay, thank you. Direct response from Serena, and then Jess.
I have some information about that, but we'd have to go in camera. So if folks would like to talk about it, I can move to go in camera. But yeah, unfortunately, I can't say anything publicly.
Okay, Jess.
If we were to include rapid tests the budget allocated for specifically masks would not work. So this specific amount allocated is just for F95 masks. In terms of rapid testing, I know Matt, if you want to speak on this, has been looking with various staff and building assistants into rapid tests for the government, and Corbett is applying for you signed up SFSS to receive some rapid testing, so it would just really mess up this specific budget. And we need to allocate another portion of the budget for rapid testing, and we're also figuring out where else within our own SFSS budget where we can get rapid testing. But we have had that discussion since December, so we have been looking into that. It's been just really, really difficult to source. So I don't think that that would be a good idea to include into this.
Go ahead, Matt.
Yeah, just kind of wanted to speak to that. We have been looking into it, and basically within like the province of BC, they've been really slow. Like it's been really terrible. And I believe I signed us up on December 23rd. And then I wasn't receiving like a response, and it was because like everyone was signing up and there was no way of confirmation because I was supposed to get a case number. So I was waiting on this case number, and I was like, oh, well, it's a holiday, so no one's gonna get back to me like from the government side, because even though it was through like the provincial like BC, it went through a Canadian like the federal portal. And then so when I was looking into it, I did apply and signed up the society for like being considered for like rapid testing, because at that time there was a number of considerations that had to be made. One was like, you know, the type of work that like the society is like under, and then also one for size of the organization and things like that. So I was looking into that. It said that we were considered, and then I was waiting. So I have a building assistant who's been working with me, and so I was looking at the website again. It's finally been updated with an actual like portal that gets back to you. So Corbett signed us up because he has the authority to do that as president, to sign those forms, and so he's been looking into that. And I think what Jess is mentioning, like there's no like place as of right now where we can buy like bulk. So that's been an issue, because when we went, it was 5 rapid tests. I've seen them at a pharmacy, and there is like $120 for 5 rapid tests. So buying them in bulk, and they didn't even have a lot. Like they probably had maybe, I would say 100 of them. So that's not a lot. So we would basically just buy them out, and that wouldn't even be a lot either. So we've been trying to look into like when that information will come out, and we'll probably receive more information like when we get a confirmation with the application. And if we did want to buy them, I feel like it would eat up like a really big portion of this budget. So it might be a good idea to do 2 separate motions when we're able to find out like the cost and price, because we don't really know what that is right now for bulk orders, like for rapid tests. So if there is anything that happens in the next week, we could bring updates to the next council meeting if there's any more information for like budgeted expenses, or like if we find a price cost, because right now I haven't seen anything that has been like effective. Like I guess like I think we would just be putting in like a lot of money, we wouldn't be able to get a lot. We'd only be able to help like X amount of people. So that's just my initial thoughts, but we'll keep folks updated.
Okay, thank you. There any more people on discussion for this? We'll add themselves to speaker list. Seeing one, we'll move to a vote. All in favor, seeking unanimous. Since there hasn't been any like people motion like saying they'd be voting against this or any of that kind of stuff, I'll move to unanimous consent request. So all in favor, seeking unanimous consent. I'd like, if you'd like to dissent or abstain, please use the raise hand feature in Zoom, and I will call on you to record your vote. Okay, that passed unanimously. Thank you very much, everyone. We are now moving on to item 8.2. The council committee items. Sorry, just 1 second. Yeah, council appointments. Motion is, and submitted by myself. Whereas council has had a number of resignations, appointments, and changing of positions over the last 6 months, whereas these changes have resulted in a number of vacancies in council committees and new council members who need to be appointed to committees. Whereas the VP Internal and Organizational Development has submitted to council a vacancy report ahead of today's meeting. We resolved to appoint councillors to the following seats: Accessibility Committee 2, BIPOC 1, External and Community Affairs 4, Governance Committee 1, Human Resources and Personnel 1, Members Meeting Planning Committee 3, Member Service Advisory Committee 2, Nominating Committee 1, Oversight Committee on Executive Officers 2, Space Oversight Committee 3, University and Academic Affairs Committee 3, and Vancouver Campus Committee 3. Do I have a mover? And do I have a
Point of
seconder?
order in the chat.
All right. Okay, point of order. Go ahead, Chloe.
Oops, it can be done after the motion is, I point of order too soon. It can be done after the motion is seconded.
Okay, so sorry. So the first mover was Matt, I believe.
Ben, and then I can second it.
So Chloe, you'd like the second. Okay, thank you. Now into discussion. There's mention in chat from Jess that you'd like to move amendment, but you have a point of order first, Chloe.
Yeah, I just wanted to request that execs and committee chairs ensure that this is correct, because from the committee tracker that I looked at, this was the results that were shown, but it's come to my attention that some of these are incorrect. So if before we do appointments, can execs just double check, and then we can amend it before we make the appointments.
Okay, would it be helpful to go do a 5-minute break just to get this sorted out?
Yeah, I think that'd be a good idea.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so I'll move to for council to take a 5-minute break while we double check the exact numbers needed. Do I have a second?
Political science.
Okay. Don't know if that's a debatable vote, but all in favor, seeking unanimous consent. If you'd like to abstain or dissent, please use the raise hand feature in Zoom, and I'll call on you to record your vote.
It's also just non-executives who are chairs of committees. It's also non-executive counselors who are chair of committees. So for example, if you're chair of the first year engagement committee, like I know Tiffany, you are, just double check. If you're a non-executive counselor who is chair, please also double check during these 5 minutes and then put it in the chat. And then once you put it in the chat, you can say it out loud on camera. Oh, and we're still recording. Okay.
Thanks, Jess. And we're also still in the middle of the vote. Okay. So no raise hands, so that carries unanimously. We're in break for 5 minutes. For someone, if you are not a chair or an executive, you can come back at 6:10. Okay.
Corbett?
Yes.
Would it be okay if I pasted the committee tracker in the chat?
Yes, it would.
It's on.
Give me pause the recording.
This meeting is being recorded.
Hi, everyone. Thank you. We're 5 minutes later than we wanted to, but it took us a little while to get some additional stuff sorted out. So I will move to amend the motion to change the different committees and the numbers associated with them. Some have changed, some are the same, but we'll just do it all in one batch. I move to amend the motion to modify the committees and their numbers, and I'll read them out and I'll put them in chat. 1 second. So Accessibility Committee 2, BIPOC Committee 1, External Community Affairs 2, Governance Committee 1, Human Resources and Personnel 1, Members Meeting Planning Committee 3, Member Services Advisory Committee 2, Nominating Committee 1, Oversight Committee on Executive Officers 2, Space Oversight Committee 3, University and Academic Affairs 3, Vancouver Campus Committee 3, Register Engagements 1, Equity and Sustainability 1. Okay, do I have a seconder?
Math.
Thank you, Matt. Any discussion on this item, this amendment? Okay, seeing none, move to a vote. All in favor? Whoops. Sorry, missed that. That's 2. Also want to add on events and student affairs committee for 2 people. Do you want to? We'll remove that. I moved, so seconder is Matt again. I'm sorry.
Philosophy.
PSU, did you say?
Yeah, let's do philosophy. It's a seconder.
Yes. Okay. Thank you. Okay. So that's all of them. Moving to a vote. All in favor, see unanimous consent. If you'd like to dissent or abstain, please use the raise hand feature and on Zoom, and I'll record your vote. Calling you to record your vote. Seeing none, that motion is amended. Move back to the main motion with this new amended amounts. Okay, before we get into a lot of stuff, this is going to be a bit of we're doing, me, Abby, and Chloe discuss ahead of time how to kind of get this organized so it doesn't become all horrible or take 4 hours to get done, because there's a lot of different committees to point stuff people to instead of doing one at a time. What we're going to try to do, what we want to do is do this more in a sense of a batch. Like we'll go from each committee and people will put their nominate themselves or others for it, and we'll record all those down. And if there's contested in the sense more say 3 people run for 2 seats, then we will move into, we'll do motivations for everyone, and we'll kind of do that for each areas. And everyone write down your number of votes you want to, like who you want to vote for. And then what we're going to do is Chloe, at the end of this, she has already set up a web survey so that we can put all the different names down and you can just vote, and it'll be accessible to counselors, because right now with the number of guests and stuff, we want to make sure the vote is accurate, right? We can't use polls in Zoom because anyone can vote onto it. So Chloe will email out the web survey link or send it directly to people through direct chat if they don't have access to their counselor email. So if anyone here doesn't have access to counselor email, send in the direct message to Chloe, okay? Fast, we're not going to do fast yet, Alice, because I'd rather get sorting that out as a separate thing. Okay. Does that generally make sense? I hope, I understand it's probably going to be confusing, so we'll kind of go slow and steady. Okay. And then when we get the final votes and stuff in, we will, and Chloe will share them, and then we will motion to ratify those appointments for people. Okay. Again, we'll try to go this slow. Hopefully, it'll be easier as we go through it. But I'm just going to go through the list as listed, the different groups as listed. So, Accessibility Committee, doing 3 rounds of calls for people who want to nominate themselves or others for the 2 seats in the nominating committee. Please list yourself or list. Go ahead, Nikki.
I would like to nominate myself for the Accessibility Committee.
Okay, thank you, Nikki. Doing the second round of nominations for people who would like to sit on the Accessibility Committee. If people don't know what these committees do, it was sent out by Chloe as part of the report for council, but for whatever reason, if you didn't understand or for whatever reason weren't able to review that report, please list yourself and I'll call on you, and then we can do a quick run through. Okay. Paige, go ahead.
Yeah, I'll nominate myself for the Accessibility Committee.
Okay, thank you, Paige. Third round of requests for nominations. Okay, that one is closed. We will now move on to BIPOC. It's 1 seat. Please list yourself if you want to nominate yourself or others. First call out.
Yeah, I would like to nominate or put Nim's name forward for the BIPOC committee.
Do you accept, Nim?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Second round call out for if you would like to nominate yourself or somebody else for BIPOC. Okay, third round of nomination call. Okay, that is closed. Moving on to external community affairs. 2 seats, please. First round. Thank you for the additional context, Marie. Okay, so external community affairs committee. There's 2 seats available on this. Please doing the first round call out for nominations. If you not nominate yourself or somebody else, please list yourself.
Corbett, a point of order, I guess. I don't know. It's supposed to be 3 people for external and community affairs.
Sorry, I only wrote down 2.
That's my bad. I didn't catch that when you did the amendments.
Okay, okay, let's do 3 seats. And yeah, okay. Thanks, Mohammed. It's good. I'm getting good at emoting very well. Okay, so 3 seats. External community affairs. Just for quick, it relates to lobbying federal, provincial, and municipal governments, doing connections with external organizations, nonprofits, and others. And so I need to be working with Matt. And there's some stuff come up with federal lobby days, I believe, Matt?
Yeah, it's an exciting time.
Oh,
yeah, lobby days is coming up. So you get to meet some folks. I don't know, I feel like my meetings are pretty chill. So Chloe can vouch.
Okay. So second round call for nominations. Time commitments, Mohammed, I was asking, Matt?
I'm getting the plan for the spring ready. So we'll meet bi-weekly. I keep the meeting short to an hour. They're pretty chill. We have a couple of projects coming up that I'll be proposing for the committee, and then also just kind of finalizing and going over our strategic plan and kind of doing reminders for what we did in the fall semester. So I don't know, we've done a lot. Like there were some internal dev sessions that I was trying to plan in regards to lobbying. And this was specifically for the External and Community Affairs Committee. So having presentations on lobbying, advocacy, campaigning, and so having that set up internally and then going through the steps for our lobbying reports and our advocacy reports. A couple of things that we're going to be working on. One is kind of getting our stuff ready prep for lobby day. So I've been communicating with the Alliance of BC Students and some other folks, probably more so in regards to affordability, housing, and also, I guess, COVID-19, something in regards to that, maybe more funding relief and stuff like that for students. So trying to get that off the ground.
Okay, third round of nominations for yourself or somebody else. Mohammed, go ahead.
Yeah, I'd like to list myself, if that's okay. That's the word.
Sure, you would like to nominate yourself?
Yeah,
okay.
Nominate, not that, my bad.
Not a problem. Any other people? Okay, no, that closes. Okay, moving on to Governance Committee 1. So Governance Committee is chaired by Chloe, and it relates to reviewing, improving, and adding policies, recommending policy to council for approval. So policy review, policy analysis, and policy development in SFS. first round of nominations. Second round of nominations. Third and last call for nominations for yourself or somebody else that you like to nominate. Go ahead, Ben.
Can you hear me?
Yep, we can hear you. Thank you.
I'll nominate myself for governance.
Okay. Ben, any last? Yes, and also as a reminder, all councillors do need to sit on at least one committee. Some of you, if the matrix, maybe more than one, but the vast majority just only sit on one, which is okay. Okay, Jeremy, go ahead list.
Yeah, I'd like to nominate Safoni for the Oversight Committee.
Oh, sorry, we're not there yet.
Oh, jokes. Sorry.
Okay. Thank you, Ben. And any more for governance, just for clarity. Okay, no, that closes. Okay, moving on to, sorry, I gotta keep scrolling. Human Resources and Personnel Committee, that's one. I chair that. It's related to reviewing job descriptions, being in, learning, kind of being in the loop for HR challenges. That could be things like grievances or other matters. It doesn't meet too often. It's more, we're trying to get it more back to like at least meeting monthly. But right now it's a bit ad hoc, and it's usually about an hour to at least every couple of weeks, maybe an hour to a month. And this was actually for a non-executive. It's specifically for a non-executive person, so it's not all just execs on it. Yeah, so first round of nominations. Second round of oh, go ahead, Akam.
I'd like to nominate myself, please.
Okay, 1 second. Okay, Akam. Okay, thank you. Second round of nominations. Third round of nominations. Okay, that closes. Moving on next to members meeting planning committee. This is 3 seats are open. This is chaired by Chloe. It is the meeting, the committee that plans special and annual general meetings. The current project on it is finishing up the AGM report, because there was a survey that did go out. And then potentially making recommendations for the next year to how to maybe make planning next committee easier, or the next members meeting easier. So starting first round nominations. It also meets ad hoc, so it's not like a monthly meeting. So, so first round of nominations. Second round of nominations. Third round of nominations. Sarah, you'd like to nominate yourself? Thank you. Okay, lists for Chloe, go ahead.
I just want to add that this is like kind of a important committee to have like people working on, because we need to finish the AGM report, and that's super important to get done. So yeah, just wanted to say that. Hopefully that motivates some people to nominate themselves.
If it's more helpful also, like for the counselors who were saying that they weren't able to reach their hours, this is a really good way to do that.
Okay. Sorry, I don't remember where I was in the rounds, but third round of nominations. I think that was the last one. Okay, that closes. Moving on to Member Service Advisory Committee 2. This is chaired by Jess. And it focuses a lot on club policies, union policies, guidelines and such, to review them, systems like granting and all that kind of stuff to help review and also allow a spot for clubs and student union have people to bring up issues around the member services, which is can also include things like the food voucher program, the legal clinic, and things like that. So, first round of nominations. Two seats available. Second round of nominations. Third round of nominations. Okay, that closes. Next on to Nominating Committee. One seat available, chaired by Chloe, and it's related to generally student at large nominations for assigning for committees. So that'll be the next round of things, and so you'll actually be busy for the next little bit. It is ad hoc again because it only really meets when needed. So after, like, ideally for maybe not next meeting or sometime next meeting, we'll have a batch of recommendations for student at larges to add to these committees. Thanks, Joey. So we're doing nominations for committees right now. We're on the nominating committee. So one seat available, first round of nominations to either nominate yourself or somebody else. Second round of nominations. Go ahead, Tiffany.
I'd like to nominate myself.
Okay, thank you, Tiffany. Third round of nominations. Okay, that closes. Now we're on to Oversight Committee of Executive Officers. There's two spots available. It is not unchaired at the moment. It also is only open to non-executive officers for seats. So please list yourself. All right, okay. Looks like we're going to have a bunch of people. Okay. Nikki, go ahead.
I would like to nominate myself for this committee.
Okay, thank you. Abby?
I'd like to nominate Natasha, please.
Okay, thank you. Oh, sorry. Natasha, do you accept?
Yes, thank you. And I'll also take off my list. Thank you.
Okay, great. Thank you. Safoni, go ahead.
I would like to nominate myself for the committee.
Okay. Ben, go ahead.
I'd like to nominate the representative from BPK for the committee.
Kashish?
I accept.
Okay, thank you. Great, so that's the first round. Second round of nominations. Third round of nominations, either for yourself or somebody else.
Corbett, just a question. I'm filling in for Graham today. He expressed interest on being oversight, but I don't know if I can do that for him or if he needs to be here. I don't know how that would work, but he did express interest in this.
Technically, like he would have to be able to be here to accept the nomination. So unfortunately, no. Sorry. Sorry, Almas, you would like to nominate Nim for oversight if she accepts? Okay, Nim, do you accept that nomination? No problem, your Wi-Fi is cutting out. So Almas has nominated you. Almas, I'm gonna nominate you for oversight, if you'd like to accept that nomination or not. You don't have to if you don't want to. Okay, Nim accepts. I think that's the third round, just one last chance. Okay, that closes. There's 5 people for 2 seats. That means it'll be competitive or contested. So we will go into a round of motivations. What that means is like motivating for stating why you would like to be on the committee. And so that helps the people, the rest of the council decide on who they like to vote for. Okay. For people that are in chat, like Nim, we might have to, we'll give, and I think Kashish, if you're, oh no, I think you had voiced. So we'll have to give us a little bit extra time. So maybe I'll have you go last, Nim. So you want to start typing out your response. That'll be good. So we'll start with in order of people nominated. So Nikki, please go ahead. And
Yeah.
Keep it like 2 minutes or so.
Okay, I probably won't take 2 minutes, but I'm really interested in joining the Oversight Committee. I think it's one of the, if not the most important committee that the SFSS has, and I would really like, I think it's a very good opportunity to learn about the SFSS and the SFSS executive and how everything works internally and operationally. I have the energy and the motivation to put time into it. And I would honestly also really like to meet everyone else on the committee. I think it's a good way to connect with people and, you know, honestly, like increase camaraderie between like everyone that in council and stuff. So I'm really interested in joining that committee for those reasons. And I do think it's a very serious committee and I would take it very seriously. So thank you very much for the opportunity.
Okay, thank you. Kashish in chat says you should act your nomination. So thank you, Kashish. They're still down to 4, so for 2 seats. Okay, Natasha, if you'd like to motivate for why you'd like to be on the committee.
Sure, I'll keep this short. I understand that this committee is very important, and I would like to be on this committee to help out. And I know that this committee has a lot of work to do, and I have the time commitment and I have the ability to put the work in to make sure that things get done. Yeah, thank you.
Okay, thank you. And next is Safoni.
Yeah, I think it's just a good opportunity for me to learn a bit more about the SFSS and also like get to know the execs more, as well as hold them accountable and just make sure things are being done. And then just like this transparency, and it also seems like a lot of fun in connecting with individuals.
Okay, thank you. And last, Nim.
I went into a room, so sorry if you hear people in the background. I didn't have the time to type, but I was just going to say I think that this is such an important committee because as an organization, the SFSS does need to be held accountable, and we may need to make sure that the things we say are going to get done do get done. So I think being a part of this committee, I could help ensure that there's follow through, and I'm really excited to connect with the people and work with the executive, but also other counselors in making sure we do the good work we need to do.
Okay, thank you. Marie, go ahead.
Yeah, can we motivate and talk about some of these people?
Okay, yeah, we're doing the round of stuff, yes. So if other people want to also motivate for other candidates, they're welcome to. Just keep it short, please.
Sounds good. Yeah, so specifically Nim and Sophony are excellent. I know they've been really engaged on a lot of the items that we have brought to council and have helped a lot in actually doing the work at the forefront. So I know not only will they be engaged in understanding with what the work that the executive have been doing, but I know they'll be really engaged, great at also holding the executive accountable, but not only that, but helping them in the process of actually getting those reports in and getting them done, and reminding them on the commitments that have already been made. Natasha also reached out to me and she was super interested in this too. So I am really encouraging folks to vote for Natasha as well, since she seems very passionate about it, and very engaged, and does have the time commitment, as she noted, since Oversight Committee is very hefty in terms of time. So I do really support folks for voting for Nim, Safoni, or Natasha, either one of them. I think they'll do an excellent job.
Okay, thank you, Marie. Abby?
Thanks, Corbett. I'm going to speak in favor of Natasha and Nikki. In terms of Nikki, I've seen her work ethic firsthand, and I think she'll be a great fit for the committee, and she's someone who will speak her mind and make sure the execs are held accountable. Same thing for Natasha. I've been extremely impressed by her in her short time as a counselor, and I think she'll do a great job in the role.
Okay, thank you. Just before we go further with any other motivations, before we figure out, okay, do some people have a committee or not, in relation to this voting, we should go through all the different committees and place as many people as possible first before then reviewing, because I have my gut feeling is there's some people hoping out for a specific committee that may not get it, and so then they'll need another one, so we might have to do like another round, maybe at next meeting or something. All right, or maybe even today if it's relatively few people. Okay, so so Serena Baines listed. If someone could read this aloud for me, I think it's important to give the opportunity to folks who don't yet have a committee. I haven't worked with Natasha or Safoni on council yet, but I think the OCO will be a great place for them to start out. Okay, thank you. And kind of throwing them into the fire, but still a good place to start. Laugh out loud. Okay. So yes, and my apologies for anyone who's on the committee that would be on this committee, because you get to read all of our work reports, and which are very, very long. So, okay. Matthew, go ahead.
Hi, I just wanted to speak in favor of Nim. I've worked with Nim on the BIPOC committee as well, on like other campaigns and whatnot, and also like just seeing the work that they've been able to do like throughout their you know, just like within the community and like within the SFSS, and also being like on council as well, and ensuring like that accountability aspect I think is really key. I also want to voice my support for Safoni as well, even though I haven't worked with them directly like on council. Just seeing their work like within the community, and also like supporting for like students and whatnot. I think that they'd be like a great candidate for this committee, just in regards to getting that experience, but also ensuring that folks who aren't on a committee yet are being prioritized for committees if they don't have one yet. So that's also another reason.
Okay, thank you, Matt. Giselle says, cannot speak at the moment, but want to say, I want to motivate for Natasha, since she's been so enthusiastic and eager as a new counselor, and this is a great committee for her. Okay, thank you. Any other motivations and supports of the candidate?
Oh, sorry, I forgot to list.
Thomas, go ahead.
I'd like to motivate for Natasha, Nim, and Safoni. Reason being, I've worked with all three of them before. Especially for Natasha and Safoni, because they've reached out to me so many times to see how they can be more involved and things like that. Nim is equally good, but since she already has one committee, so I think the other two people.
Okay, thank you, Amos. Jess, go ahead.
I would like to nominate for Safoni and Nim for these positions. I've seen the work that they've done. It's been really positive to the community, and they've been here for the past few years, and they've able to know how the SFSS governs and functions, and have a good knowledge of the policies, and the work that we do is through equity. And that's how we've been doing our work for the past almost 10 months. And so I think that'd be really beneficial to sit on the Oversight Committee.
Okay, thank you, Jess. Any other motivations? And just, there's a question in chat from Ben. Do we vote immediately after this or after all committees are done? My perspective, what my goal is to go through and collect as many nominations for all the committees, for the list of the committees first. And then we would, for competitive ones, we would then, Chloe would then make a, update the web survey and send it out to everybody to vote. So it'll take a few minutes to do that. Okay, does that make that? So then we can also then look before we send that all out around who might still be having missing a committee or not. Does that make sense? Okay. I see no more lists for this, so I'd like to move on to the next committee for nominations. Okay, Space Oversight Committee. This is chaired by myself still. It's a new committee. The goal is to meet once a month. It's focused around understanding and overseeing space in the SFS, and that includes the student union building, any space we have or don't have or hopefully have in Vancouver, space we have in Surrey, researching potential new space expansion options, handling grants effectively for up to $10,000 from the students for furnishing spaces or doing things that where we can spend the money from the space expansion fund as allowed by the policies on it. Yes, it's Spock. Intentionally chose that name because I am old and geeky, old and nerdy, and easy to say too. So there are 3 seats on this committee. So opening nominations, first round of nominations. Second round of nominations.
Sorry, it's hard for me to type in the chat. Can I nominate?
Sorry, can you say that again, Matt?
I said I couldn't type in the chat. My thing is being weird, but can I nominate someone?
Yes, you can.
And I'm just looking through the participants. So if I nominate you, I'm just nominating Charlotte.
Okay, Charlotte, do you accept that nomination? Charlotte, are you here? Give me 1 second. Oh, Charlotte, you already sit on committee, so you declined the nomination. Okay. Joe, you have a question?
Can you repeat the time commitment for this again?
Once a month, 1 to 2 hours per meeting. The last main set of projects for time is going to be more around understanding the different space options of space that SFS has, and well as recommendations for projects for the next committee. Additionally, we will have the referendum questions. It relates to it's a non-binding thing. It's like an opinion poll asking students if they want us to start researching a Surrey subsidized student housing, or both, or neither. So based on how that goes, Spock might have also another project to start up. Okay, does that answer your question?
Yeah, and I have a second list.
Okay, go ahead.
I want to nominate myself.
Okay. Giselle, okay, thank you. Matt, you would like to nominate Riley?
That is correct.
Yes. Riley, are you here? Would you?
Yeah, can I just clarify what's the committee again? All of these acronyms are going over my head a little bit.
Not a problem. Space Oversight Committee.
Space Oversight. Okay, and I'm on co-op right now. So when do we meet? That would be the only question.
Yeah, generally do like a 1 to meet. So, but because the people on it, this private support are generally either the building manager or 1 or so of the building coordinators. And since they have people in the evening, other than administrative assistant, we could have evening meetings in the evening now, because we also have a administrative assistant who could do minutes in the evening for us.
Okay, then yeah, I'll accept the nominations.
Okay, thank you. Alan?
I would just like to nominate myself.
Okay, thank you very much. And Avi?
I'd like to nominate Gur, please.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah,
That is okay. Tiana?
Yeah, I would
sorry,
also
Gur,
like
did you
to.
accept that?
Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
Sorry, Gur, did you accept the nomination?
Oh, yes, I accept that nomination.
Okay, thank you. Okay, Tiana, go ahead.
I would also like to nominate myself. Thank you.
Okay, great, thank you. So, okay, going to second round of nominations. Third round of nominations. Okay, that is close. So we now have 5 people, Tiana, Giselle, Riley, Alev, and Gur, for 3 seats. So we will do motivation. So Giselle, please go first.
Yeah, thank you for this opportunity. I just wanted to nominate myself for this committee because as someone who's been a part of clubs for my entire undergrad, I've always experienced issues with booking spaces, and I've always wondered more about that. So I think that would just be a really great opportunity for me to learn more and to also help make that better for clubs in the future, even though I'm graduating. So yeah.
Okay, thank you. Next is Riley.
Hi, yeah, this is actually an interesting committee. Thank you, Matt, for the nomination. I appreciate that. I am based in Surrey, and I'm always intrigued to know how much space we actually have at our disposal, because it always feels like we're being sent back when we try and figure out stuff. Oh no, that space is taken. So it would be interesting to know, and then better to pass it on along to my classmates and clubmates for various clubs to, hey, we're actually allowed to use this. So yeah.
Okay, thank you. Alev?
Olive. I know my name just looks really different from how it's actually pronounced. I wanted just to nominate myself. I think this is like a really important aspect for especially being a part of the LSU and kind of like figuring out trying to figure out spaces for us to utilize for different events, and we were struggling with that last semester, and hopefully I can take this information and relay that back to my DSU. And I think it's a really good opportunity to get to know more people in the committee. So yeah.
Okay, thank you very much. Gur?
Oh, so I wanted, so I don't sit on a committee yet, and I thought it would be like the perfect opportunity to jump on, because I have like prior club experiences, and I've been really part of my DSU, and we always have this issues with like bookings and stuff. So I wanted to learn about how SFSS works and how booking spaces works. That'd be great. And I also really want people to know, I really want to support Joey as well, because I've been working with her for a while and she's great. So.
Okay, thank you very much. Tiana?
Hi, yeah, I would like to nominate myself just because I'm not on a committee yet, and I think this would be a great place to start. I've heard from so many students, like a lot of my friends on campus, that are always talking about how there's very limited space on campus, and I think it's a great way just to get involved so students can have more space allocated for studying or for events, and same with clubs and DSUs as well. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Now it's open to general motivation for other members to motivate for a candidate. So list yourself, please. Nikki, go ahead.
I would like to speak in support of Gur being on this committee. Gur is an amazing human being that I have worked with very closely in the Cognitive Science Student Society, and I've gotten to know over the past few months. He has the best intentions going forward, and he really cares about students, and he also knows and has expressed difficulties with this, booking spaces and things like that, and I believe he'll be very motivated on this committee, and he would bring some great ideas to the table. He's also really good at working together with other people in a team, and I think that he would be a great asset to the to this space committee. So thank you.
Thank you, Abby.
Thanks. I just wanted us to be cognizant of counselors who don't have a seat yet, again, because all counselors have to have one, and it's better that I think we vote this time for counselors who are passionate about this committee, have nominated themselves, rather than have counselors kind of scrambling to find something to be on that they're maybe not as passionate about. So I know Olive, Gur, and Tiana, I think, don't have committees. So just be cognizant of that. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, we have like 5 more committees to nominate for, so just for everyone, and some have 3 seats, some have 2, some have 1. So there's just, so there's still more to go. Chloe, go ahead.
I also just wanted to say we don't have to fill every seat this meeting. In fact, we shouldn't, because for like every committee, because there are some counselors that don't sit on a committee and aren't in this meeting, and they have to sit on a committee, so it's okay to have a couple of vacancies. So if you're nominating yourself just to fill something and you already have other like committees, then like don't worry, we can get someone else to fill it when they're here and then in the future meeting.
Thank you, Chloe. Any other motivations for candidates? Okay, that will close, and we'll move on to University and Academic Affairs Committee. This is chaired by Serena. It is there's 3 seats available. It focuses a lot on university advocacy and lobbying and working on academic issues. Yeah, so sorry, I'm just double checking. Yeah, Nikki, go ahead. Oh, first round nominations. Nikki, go ahead.
Oh, yes, of course. I would like to nominate myself for this committee. Thank you.
Okay. Sorry. Okay. Okay, Nikki, thank you very much. Abby retracted his list. So, oh, Arthi, you motivated for Joey for space oversight. So we're past that, but thank you very much. Olive?
I would just like to nominate myself.
Okay, thank you very much. Second round of nominations. There's 3 seats available. Third round of nominations. Okay, that closes. Thank you very much. On to Vancouver Campus Committee. This is a committee focused around events and advocacy initiatives for Vancouver campus, student groups and clubs, and students in general. There's 3 spaces on it. It is, I believe, is chaired by Monica. Sorry, was Joseph officially nominated for what?
Sorry, I thought that was sent for the University and Academic Affairs Committee. I have 2 tabs going and I missed. Sorry.
No problem, I understand. I'm having challenges too with get them switched around. Okay, so VCC 3 seats. The chair is Monica, and opening nominations. First round. Second round of call for nominations for either yourself or somebody else. Third round of calls for nominations or nominate yourself or somebody else for Vancouver Campus Committee. Okay, then that closes. Next, first year engagement. This is a little bit different than the others. It actually didn't have any space, but it also has no chair. That no one can currently on the committee can chair. So the previous chair, Tiffany, has resigned from it, and so there's room open for one person, but they need to be able to chair. They be willing to take on the chair role. Chairs are responsible for scheduling and the meetings, reaching out to members, that they're committee members, and delegating tasks and such. It's a little bit more of a leadership role. So there's one spot open, and so how often we meet and stuff would be relevant to the chair. So Gabi, go ahead, Abby.
Sorry, I was just looking back at the list, and it says Monica Tag is the geography counselor. That's definitely not right. So I don't think Vancouver even has anyone on it aside from you as the ex officio.
Thank you. I must have missed that. I didn't realize Monica may have resigned. So
yeah.
Okay. Who's on the committee for first year? Give me 1 second to look that up. Currently, Sarah, Arthi, and Kylie. Kylie is French counselor, Arthi is the behavioral neuroscience counselor, and Sarah is the engineering counselor. So first round of nominations. Oh, and first year engagement is responsible for running events for folks around first years, or planning and helping run events for first years, doing engagement with the first years, figuring out what issues first years have had and such. So it's very focused on making the first year experience better. Go ahead, Chloe.
Can I nominate myself?
You can.
Okay, I'm nominating myself for this committee.
Okay. Second round of nominations, call out for nominations, make it competitive. Or contested, rather. Abby?
I'll give you what you wish for. I guess I'll nominate myself.
No, don't have to.
Might as well.
You're already on like 4 or 5, aren't you?
I think I dropped Chloe's because I didn't want to deal with her. So I think I'm on 3 now. So either way, if I get elected, I won't have to deal with her because she won't get elected if I win. So let's do it.
Okay, so you're nominating yourself, seriously?
Yes.
Okay. Okay. Demotivate for Abby. Okay. Third round of nominations. Okay, well, now this goes down to contested votes. Okay, so motivations. Chloe, go ahead.
So I think I'd be the best choice for this committee. I am the closest to being a first year. I'm a second year, so it's still fresh in my mind of what it was like to be in a first year, especially doing first year online. I have good insight into what I wish I would have been able to do and how I wish I could have been engaged. And I also think that I was the events planner in my student union way back when. And I did a lot of engagement with first years because I was the first year planning events for first years. So I think that I have some pretty good knowledge and I'd be a good addition to this committee.
Okay, thank you very much. Abby, go ahead.
Okay, I want to be very clear. This is a dead serious nomination. I've actually wanted to do this since first year. I thought the idea of a first year engagement committee was great, so I was really glad Gabe implemented it last year. On my first year, actually, I was a member of the events committee. I remember seeing the low level of engagement from first year students. So this is something I personally wanted to work on. In addition to that, I may have been here for a while, but I've been quite engaged with first years through many years of being a welcome leader and being a hive leader. The last 2 years, in fact, they even re-upped me when I didn't want to be re-upped this spring and kind of dropped that on me via email. So I've been willingly and unwillingly engaging with first years throughout my entire degree. So I think I'd have a pretty good knowledge on how to help them, and I think I'd put in the extra effort to engage with them.
Okay, so now motivations by the counselors for candidates. Please list yourself. Joey.
I'm sorry, Abby, but I'm gonna motivate for Chloe. So I think since Chloe's the acting vice president internal, I think this is a really great opportunity for her to connect with first year students and have them really understand what the SFSS is while also building connections. And I think that will also allow them to just have a better idea of maybe ways that they can get involved, and maybe they might get inspired to join the first year committee as at larges in the future. And so, yeah. Sorry, Abby.
Go ahead, Mohammed.
I'd actually like to say sorry, Chloe, in this case, because I'm motivating for Abby. I've had the pleasure of working with Abby a little bit, but mostly I think that Abby would be great at this. We've all seen why he'd be great at this, I believe, in councils, and how ecstatic and passionate he can get, and extremely just outspoken. I think that sending that energy to the first years can be really motivating and really good, and it can get them excited to be more engaged with the SFSS. And I think Abby would be perfect for the job. Not saying Chloe wouldn't, just saying that Abby has way too much energy. Needs to spend it somewhere.
Okay. Any other lists of Marie? Go ahead.
Yeah, of course. I'd like to motivate Chloe. I'm so sorry, Abby, but it's all love. Over the fact that I think a lot of first years are actually going through a lot in terms of anxiousness, in terms of like not feeling like they belong, especially in like the whole 2 years of being online. And I think Chloe has such a soft spot, and she's really inviting and caring, and really is looking for not just supporting students on the basis of like her portfolio, but actually personally caring for them and providing the appropriate events and services for that too. So that's what I'm gonna say, but Abby, much love. I think you would do a great job too.
Thank you. I'm not gonna list, I'm just gonna ask a question for Abby. Abby, if you're chair, again, you won't be able to second that much stuff.
I'll live. Thank you.
Sacrifices must be made. Okay, especially for first years, right? Stephanie?
Yeah, I would just like to motivate Chloe. Like, I've seen her firsthand interacting in person, like with students, especially like first years, and like just seeing how she's able to like calm them down and get them like excited and then be able to interact with other individuals. So I think she has like the experience of also like having done a semester's online and now in person. She knows like how to balance both of that to help first year students. So I think she'd be great at it.
Thank you. Sorry, I missed you, Matt. Please go ahead.
Yeah, I just wanted to speak in favor and motivate for Chloe. I've worked with Chloe on multiple committees, and I've also, when Gabe like wanted to propose this to the board, as it was the board last year, it was his intention that there would be like more first years, and I think it would just be like, I think it would be good because Chloe was saying that, yeah, she's pretty close to still being like first, second year. And I think that's good for folks to really, I think it's important for their peers to be able to relate to folks, because sometimes it's just that same understanding, especially going through remote classes. Like for me, like I'm in like my, I don't know, well, I'm done, but other than that, I was in like my 4th, 5th year, and I know that it's just better to like relate to your peers like on that level. So yeah, Abby, I know how you feel. I feel old too. So I just think it would be better in that respect as well. So thank you.
Thank you. Nikki, go ahead.
So hello, I would like to motivate for Abby. I want to say that I don't think age has anything to do with your ability to connect with people, especially with first years. I really think that Abby has shown a pattern of being very motivated and also very into connecting with the student body like nobody else that I've ever seen. He's an extremely hard worker, like I haven't seen before. And again, I want to emphasize that age has nothing to do with being able to connect with people. It's about how you approach people and how authentic you are and your energy and your passion. So I really support Abby here. And also, since Abby is on other committees and he still wants to chair this committee, that shows additionally that he is very motivated to be on this committee. And I think that's an amazing thing. And I really want to support him here. So thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay, any more motivations or motivations for a candidate? Okay, seeing none, thank you. That closes, and we'll now go on to equity and sustainability, 1 seat. It is chaired by Marie. And they focus on overall equity in the SFSS and advocacy for equity issues on campus and at SFU, and also sustainability initiatives and ideas. So there's 1 seat available. Please go in for a first round of nominations. Safoni?
Yeah, I would like to nominate myself, given that I've done a lot of experience with this. It's like the hiring of the 50 Black faculty, SFU 350. Yeah, I think I could be a good person for this, and I nominate myself.
Thank you. Second round of nominations. Third round of nominations. Okay, that closes. We are on to our last committee, events. A usually very popular one, events and student affairs. It is chaired by Jess, focused on events in the SOS, organizing, doing collaborations with clubs, student unions, and other groups. And student affairs aspects, like having issues brought to around student affairs that maybe not fit into university or external or other matters related to like student union space, or trying to get student union spaces and others. It can be fairly broad. Events and COVID affairs from Jess. Okay. Student affairs, yeah, as Jess says, student affairs literally can encompass anything from advocacy to campaigns. Okay. Abby, you're doing a list, but not for nominations. I'm assuming it's a question or a comment.
I just wanted to talk about the committee a little bit. So talk about how important it is. I was on the events committee for 2 years, and I was the vice chair under Jennifer Cho. It's really important we get people on the committee, both student at larges and counselors, because working together, you guys can make the campus more lively. Like a lot of the times the campus feels dead, and when we have a good, strong events committee that's filled, that's what brings the life to campus. I don't know how many of you were here before COVID, but like things like the Red Bull Carnival were so awesome, just in the middle of Convo Mall, or even little things like handing out hot chocolate. Or I remember I met a lot of my friends in first year because we had a little ball hockey set up in the middle of Convo Mall, and that ended up making most of my friends from first year. So just little events like that are what really help raise student morale, especially during the times of COVID. So please, please, please do nominate for this committee. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Abby. So first, 2 seats are open, Nikki. So first round of nominations. Nikki, go ahead.
I would like to nominate myself for this committee.
Okay, thank you. Any other second round of nominations? Nikki?
I would like to nominate Gerb for this committee.
Gerb, do you accept nomination?
Yes, I accept the nomination.
Okay. Any third round of nominations? You want to nominate yourself or somebody else? And just to be clear, the events does have a generally higher time commitment, just because it is a lot more work for running events and stuff. Almas, you'd like to nominate Nim? Nim, do you accept the nomination?
I do. However, I am already kind of, well, I'm definitely on one committee and I'm running for the one. So I do accept, but I also recognize that I'm also, if there's people who aren't on committees and want to roll.
Okay. Thank you. Okay, Jet. So do you want to just?
Can I postpone?
Say no? Sorry, wait, Jess. You want to accept the nomination just for clarity?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Jess, go ahead.
Can I just postpone the events committee because I'd rather have folks who have not been seated yet, and as Chloe said, we don't have to do everything today. So I would want to wait for a next committee so that people who are not here can nominate themselves to at least have this as a priority, because I feel like both of my MSA committee and events committee need some seats. So I think that would be helpful, please.
Okay, so you're asking for us to basically withdraw as for right now for events committee for nominations. Okay, yes, from Jess. Okay. I'm okay with that because I think we'll probably have to do another round anyways at another meeting for any last table going. So, sorry, that's a little bit of a muddled one. So I'm fine with ignoring, missing that. Postponing this one. If so, that's then we are good for, that's the last committee nomination, or now it's gone. So either way, they're all done now. Chloe, just correct me if I'm wrong. There's two OCO and SPOC that have contested, or is there additional ones that I'm missing?
First year engagement committee.
Thank you. First year engagements, yes. But so 3 of them. Okay. So can you we take another? Are you ready to send out the thing, or do you need a couple minutes to set it up?
Yeah. So I've been just putting, even if there's no contesting, I've been putting everyone's name just so that, because we still have to pass a motion to approve. I've just been I don't know. Yes. I've just been doing it all to keep it simple. So the only thing that I think I have everything correct. The only thing I'm worried about is, okay, so when I get the results, should I just make you one of the administrators, or?
Sure, that would help me, yes.
I just need your computing ID then.
Abby, point of order?
Yeah, I was going to say that's a good thing, just because she might have a conflict of interest because she is running in one of the elections.
Yeah, I'll be paying attention. I'll see the results as an administrator. Ben, go ahead.
Just wanting to clarify, seeing as we at least have one alternate here, will this also be sent out in the chat? Because I'm not sure whether they have access to their council email.
good point. They can, again, and so yeah, I'll repeat this. For the people that are here, if you do not yet have access to your counselor email, submit a direct message to Chloe so she can share the link to you.
Okay, so I just want to make sure. So I'm gonna say click to publish, but okay, I think it's click to publish. I'm worried that I messed up something, but oh, it says I need to put a URL link. One second, sorry.
Okay, let me know when you've sent it to me. Or actually, no, I think it's on. Sorry.
Can I just confirm the names I have?
Sure.
So I have Nikki and Paige for accessibility, Nim for BIPOC, Mohammed for external and community affairs, Sophanie for equity and sustainability, Ben for governance. Oh, I need to fix something, sorry. Okay, and then me and Abby for first year engagement. ACOM for human resources and personnel. Sarah for members meeting planning committee. And then I'm missing, did Tiffany nominate themselves for nominating committee?
Tiffany did.
Okay, I just need to fix that then. Okay, and then Nikki, Natasha, Sophanie, Kashish, and Nim for oversight. And then space oversight, I have Joselle, Riley, Olive, Gur, and Tiana. And then for University and Academic Affairs Committee, I have Nikki and Olive.
Sorry, I don't remember. I remember Kashish retracted from one of them. I don't remember if it was that one.
You retracted from oversight.
Okay, thank you.
So do I have that correct?
Nikki, Natasha, Tiffany, and Nim for oversight?
For oversight, I have Nikki. For oversight, I have Nikki, Natasha, Sophie, Kashish, and Nim. Space oversight, I have Joselle, Riley, Olive, Gur, and Tiana.
Kashish retracted from oversight.
Yeah.
From oversight?
Yes.
All right, I will take that off. Thank you. Okay, then that's all the committees I have. So if that's correct, I will send out the link now.
Okay, actually, no, I'm looking at the thing. We need to restructure this a little bit. It's not, we have to have like radio votes and stuff for certain things. So give us 5 minutes and I'll restructure this because technically, I guess you can do a yes, no vote for each uncontested one. And then contested is a plurality of votes. Okay. Actually, no, wait, sorry, I'm looking at this a little bit better. Sorry, I misread you can actually limit it to how many you can click on a checkbox. Okay, my mistake.
Yeah, I limited, so there's the correct number of seats.
Okay. I think, yeah, because Joey, everyone take about 5 minutes just so we can sort this out. So yeah, moving for council, take a break for 5 minutes to come back at 7:35. Who's the seconder?
Makes sense.
Thank you, Abby. And all in favor, seeking unanimous consent, please unmute your mic. Oh, sorry. Please use the raise hand feature in Zoom to abstain or dissent. I'll call you to record your vote. That carries. Thank you. I'll pause the recording.
This meeting is being recorded.
Hello, everyone. So welcome back. We've got the votes set up. Just for clarification for past practice, anyone that was in a uncontested race was acclaimed, so we just didn't have to vote for you. So we shrunk down the polls to just the 3 contested committees: first year engagements, Oversight Committee of Executive Officers, and Space Oversight Committee. And it's been set up where you can vote between 0 and the max number of seats available, so 1, 2, 3, etc. So that you can choose to vote for only 1 person, 0 people, or 2 or 3, or however max is allowed. And just please put your name into it just so we can easily track votes on this. Just because that's how we track votes for stuff. And then, so again, this will be sent out to your council emails. And if you do not have access to council email, make sure to directly message Chloe now so she can send you the URL that you'll be going through. And if there's issues with logging in and stuff, please let us know. We'll try to keep this to like 2 or 3 minutes in length because it's not that many to go through. But I also don't want, if we're having tech issues, because this is SFU and it's an SFU, old SFU system, want to take that into account. Okay. Any initial questions or issues? Please list yourself. Okay. Any other, Ben, it's not loading for you? Has it been all sent out already, Chloe? Okay. Just try, yeah, I'm on Chrome and I had to like kind of go back out and in and it works. But Joey, go ahead.
Can you go over how many positions are for each or how many open spots there are? Because it doesn't say, and so I don't know how many people are. Yeah.
Okay. First year committee is 1 seat. Oversight committee is 2 seats. And Space Oversight committee is 3 seats, I believe. 1 second.
I've also limited the number of times you can click, so like it won't let you vote for more than what's available.
I already put it in the chat.
Any other people having issues with the form? Oops.
Actually, what I said might be a lie because it's letting me pick more than one. So I don't know what happened with that. Maybe it won't let you submit with more than what's allowed, but my bad.
Okay, Serena, it's not loading for you.
When it's loading, when it says loading, like, can you refresh the toolbar or the bar when it's, yeah. the URL, like if that works.
Nikki, for more than one for who? For what? Sorry, what committee? Space. Yeah, there's up to 3 for oversight. You can vote up to 3 people. You should be able. Actually, I think it only did prevent making sure I had to vote for 3 people when I tried it. Serena still having issues? Okay, has everyone voted or is still having any issues getting in? Thomas, were you able to get in? I saw you had issues earlier. Okay, sorry, just one last round. Is there anyone having issues voting or still voting because
Corbett, maybe just
Joey?
give people 2 more minutes.
Sure.
I know, Artie, do you want to tell Corbett? But Artie didn't get anything on her SFSS email. Artie, it's supposed to be your behavioral neuroscience one.
Yeah, it's council email.
Okay, I think I just got it. Thank you.
I have 31 submissions.
You have 31 submissions? Okay. Don't 100% sure if that's all. Give me 1 minute. I count 39 people that could be voting for count, that could potentially vote. So how many results do you have right now? Submissions do you have, Chloe?
34.
34?
Yeah.
So I'll give it 2 more minutes. Could be people are just away from the computer and abstaining fully. Don't know, can't read that, but Okay, Paul, thank you for letting us know you stepped away. Do you have the thing, sorry, do you have the item to be able to vote in, the web survey?
Can I just ask if anyone was able to vote for more, like, did anyone vote for more than 2 and 3 in the last 2 questions? Because restricted it so you couldn't, but I don't know. Seems like people, like, have you been able to submit it with more than 3 people, if anyone's done that in like, the last question?
It didn't let me submit with less than 3. I had to click 3.
Okay.
Okay, thank you, Paul. Yeah, we're just giving you some time to vote. There, as said earlier with Joey, there's up to 1 person for up to 1 person for first year, up to 2 people for oversight, and up to 3 for SPOC. And let us know when you finish voting, Paul. Yeah, counselor email, especially, not your personal one.
Okay, I have 37 submissions.
Okay, thank you, Paul. If there's no one else last minute that's just missed it or had to step out or that's trying to vote and having tech issues, please let me know now, or else we'll close it and we'll do this vote, or we'll announce the results. Kayla voting, okay, so thank you. Okay, thank you, Kayla. Okay, please close it, Chloe, so then we can get the final, so I can see the final results, because I don't think I can until it's finished.
It let me see the final results, but maybe that's just because I'm the owner.
I think so. As a min, maybe I don't have the ability to see. I'll just refresh.
Okay.
Oh, sorry, I was looking the wrong. That's because I was looking the wrong thing. Wait. No, I can't see it as a min. So.
Okay, I'm closing it right now. Okay. That should have closed it.
Okay.
I can also export the results, actually.
That would be helpful, actually.
Okay, I can just put it in the chat then. Oh, this looks really weird. Can I
Oh,
just
yeah.
share my screen?
You're not.
Or is that okay? I'll put in the. I'll put in the exported.
You can share screen now.
Okay, I'll put in the doc that I just downloaded. The You know what? I'm gonna share my screen actually.
Okay. Chloe was top for first year engagement committee. So Chloe. Nick, so oversight committee of executive officers is, ooh, there's a tie. Wait, no, there is only two. So sorry, two seats. So Natasha and Safoni. And for three for oversight, top three are Joey, Gur, and Tiana. So, oh, sorry, Joey, Gur, Tiana. Okay, so congratulations all those people. What we'll do now is move to amend the motion to like one gigantic motion to do a big batch of approval of appointments to all these committees. Okay, that is
Corbett, I listed. I just want to make
Okay.
sure that you put Joselle on the motion and not Joey.
Joseph, yes.
Yeah, okay.
Thank you. Sorry, just bad habit. Okay. Give me a minute to get that set up. Okay. Oh. Okay. Sorry, just need to get people, put everyone's last names in here. sorry, what's Paige's last name? Oh, never mind, that's fine, I see it. Almost there, guys. Sorry. Thank you for your patience. All right. Sarah's still here, or did she head out? Okay, got it done. Sorry. Thank you, everyone. So yes, so the motion is be it resolved to appoint the following counselors to the following committees. Do I move this motion, this amendment? Is there a seconder?
Math.
Okay, thank you, Matt. Discussion. Did I miss anyone? Did I miss any committees? Seeing no comments, we'll move to a vote on this amendment. I'll be resolved to, sorry, all those in favor, seeking unanimous consent. If you'd like to dissent or abstain, please use the raise hand feature in Zoom, and I will call on you to record your vote. Okay, that passes. That's the motion amended. Now we'll move to the main motion. I'll read it again. Be it resolved to appoint the following counselors to the following committees. Accessible Committee, Nikki Kerrigan. And again, I apologize if I mispronounce your name. Please feel free to correct me. Paige Ripley. For BIPOC, Nim Basra. For ECA, Mohammed Al-Shabu. Governance, Ben Tischler. HRP, Akam Sidhu. NMPC, Sarah. Sorry, I didn't have your last name on me. Nominating Committee, Tiffany Leo. OCO, Natasha Kearns and Safoni Prieb. Spock, Giselle Reffel, Gur Singh, Tiana Angelic. UA, Nikki Kerrigan, Olive Meleki. First Year Engagement, Chloe Homnuk. And Equity and Sustainability, Safoni Priya. Thank you, Nikki. Oh, thank you, Gurmehar Singh. So, okay, Gur, do you want me to amend it to have your full name?
Yes, that would be great.
Okay, so sorry, okay, so rolling back, I've made moving to amend. Honestly, are you okay with a friendly amendment just to add in his full name so we don't have to do a full run vote like road, because this is basically just a addition to his short name that I put in. Okay, thank you. So yes, staff, please use Gurmehar Singh. If I mispronounce that, please correct me. Okay, that's the motion. Any discussion on this? Seeing no discussion, we'll move to a vote. All in favor, seeking unanimous consent. If you'd like to abstain or dissent, please use the raise hand feature in Zoom, and I'll call on you to record your vote. That passes unanimously as amended. Thank you very much, everybody. We now have a number of appointments for committees. So for those that have chairs, call out your when to meet to schedule your next meeting. For those that don't have committees chairs yet, send the contact me, and I will set up a schedule to meet. Okay. Next item would be going to in camera. Do we want to have like a 10-minute break for people to go to the washroom, got whatever? I know you've been doing a lot of breaks, but I haven't, and I really need a bit of a break. Then we go into camera, to discussion, and then go out and go into 8.3. And as to how long the camera is, it depends on timeline of the discussion. I'm going over. I meant to send out an email, a confidential email ahead of time, but I didn't get time with everything else going on. And so it might take a little bit longer, but it's important to have the conversation. So again, would you like to have a 10-minute break for people to go to the washroom or get some water or something like that before we come back in and do the remaining of the meeting? I move for 10 minutes. Do you have a seconder?
Marie.
Less than seconds.
Discussion, Mohammed, you have a list?
Sorry, yeah, I wanted to do this before you moved. I wanted to extend the meeting because we are obviously going to go past 8:30. Like, just do it before the break so we don't have to go through it.
I appreciate it. We can just do it after the break when I come back. I'll do that as the first thing I do when I come back. Okay. Okay. Thank you very much for that. I was thinking about the same thing on time, so thank you for keeping on that. Okay, so going for votes, seeking unanimous consent. If you'd like to dissent or abstain, please use the raise hand feature in Zoom, and I'll call you for to record your vote. Seeing none, that carries. Come back at 8:15.
Thank you, whoever did that. Thank you for that. For those who didn't see the recording, or because this wasn't part of the recording, Corbett is unfortunately locked out at the moment. So I'll be taking over chairing for this portion of the meeting. So first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to move a motion to extend the meeting till 9:30. So I'm going to move that. Can I get a seconder, please?
Seconder.
Software systems.
Philosophy.
I got philosophy on that one. Thank you.
Yes. Thank you.
Thanks. Is there any discussion on that? No. I'll say respond to Zaid. No, this is not part of the plan. I'm in so much panic right now. I want you all to know. Yeah, any discussion on that? Nope. Okay. All those in favor seeking unanimous consent. If you dissent, please raise your hand, and I will call on you for your vote. Okay, thank you. That passes, so the meeting is extended until 9:30. I suspect we're probably gonna need another extension, but we'll come to that when it comes to that. So we did have the in-camera motion next. Oh, Ben, List, go ahead.
I think I might have been about to ask a very similar question, but since Corbett is not here, do we want to suspend the rules and put perhaps the motion first? Or
I don't know. Giselle, go ahead.
Isn't the in-camera session supposed to help inform the motion? So I don't think we can do that. I'm pretty sure the in-camera session provides information that would be in regards to the motion we'd be voting on, right?
Okay, thank you, Giselle. I have Chloe with a direct response.
Wait, Ben, did you just postpone the motion to go in camera or postpone the motion altogether, or move to suspend the rules and go past the sub motion?
I didn't do anything. I was just suggesting an option that we could move to do that, and then once Corbett comes back in discussion, we go in camera then.
But were you suggesting that for the whole motion, the whole sub motion, or just the in camera portion?
Ben, do you want to respond to that?
Yep, I was suggesting that we move to postpone the in-camera session until Corbett comes back, and in the meantime, we could perhaps start discussion on the sub-vote ex-camera to maybe hear from students and then go in camera once Corbett comes back.
I'm going to directly respond to that. I don't think it's a good idea for us to go ahead without it. Again, if it is crucial, I agree, we're going to have to listen to student opinions for this motion, but I think if we're chopping it up and scrambling it up, so we have like 5 minutes of like student discussion and just explaining the motion, then we have in camera, then we're just going back, it's going to look very messy on the recording. And just in general, it's gonna be very messy for counselors. So I think we're better off just kind of biting the bullet. Corbett shouldn't be too long. I also, sorry, I'll go back to the speakers list. I think Sharik was listed next.
Do you want to just suspend the rules and consider the discussion items out of order first, and then just double back to this whole thing at once, so we can just go to the first discussion item, and then when Corbett returns, go back to start with the in-camera?
I think that's a fair suggestion. We do have one other person on the list. I think Ben, I don't know if you want to chime in on that or you had something else.
I think we could do that for the first discussion item only because, well, the second one was submitted by Corbett.
Thank you, Ben. Marie, go ahead.
I do know that we have a discussion item that Kashish brought forward in respect to council resignations. I think for the time being, we could probably suspend the rules to go to that motion, have that discussion, and then move forward.
Okay.
Since it is more about counselors.
Okay. Thank you, Marie. Ben, you're listed next. Go ahead.
I'll move to do what Marie said, so I'll move to suspend the rules to consider discussion item 9.1 immediately, and to do so out of our regular order.
Thank you, Ben. Can I get a seconder, please?
Marie.
And Marie seconds. Any discussion on this? I think it's fairly straightforward. We just don't have Corbett here, and I think it's better if we have Corbett for the in-camera motion, and I don't want to mix up our current motion with in camera, and so it's just all messy. I'd prefer to have it all in one chunk together, just for councillors and for the sake of the recording. So no discussion. Those in favor, seeking unanimous consent, all those in favor, if you dissent, please raise your hand, and I will call on you for your vote. All right, no one's against. Thank you very much. We're going to move on to discussion item 9.1 council model, which was submitted by Kashish. So if you want to go ahead, Kashish.
Hi, everyone. So, okay, I can just hear my echo, sorry. I brought this discussion forward because obviously you've all noticed that we recently had a lot of resignations from counselors. And even in our last semester, we've had a lot of LOAs as well. What I think is like when people are leaving the team or rejoining the team, this sort of, we can't get all the work done if that's happening constantly. So I just wanted to get to know the reason why people were resigning or what the problem is. Whether it had something to do with their course commitments or whatever was going on. So I'd sent a Google form to some of the people who actually I'd sent it to everybody who had resigned so far, but some of them filled it out. What I understood from their responses is the main thing is some of mental health is a big component of why a lot of the counselors have resigned. And on top of that, I think a lot of counselors weren't even aware of what exactly they were supposed to do with council. There was some misinterpretation or misunderstanding of what their role would be in terms of whether they would be doing advocacy work or doing something more like SUS or what happens in the all science DSU meetings. So like creating a support system for the DSUs and like promoting communication instead of doing social activism. So I think that was another one, but I think we'd also discussed in one of our previous meetings, Ella had a presentation about better help, I think what it is. And we didn't discuss it further, though we do recognize that mental health for all of the counselors is super important, but we never got to address that at any point in any of our meetings or even any of our developmental sessions. I think that all of the developmental sessions that we've done so far with campaigning and getting to know more about SFSS finances, they're great, but if mental health of counselors, people who are supposed to be doing the advocacy work and handling the finances is at stake, I don't think it matters if we do any of the developmental sessions if people are not up for the job, if they can't participate fully because of mental health or whatever constraints they're facing, whether it's like misunderstanding their position or whatever not. I also wanted to get a feel of what everybody here thinks, what they think of the workload, where they think that we can make changes to council or anything else that will help them participate or contribute to the fullest of their potentials. That was the point of this discussion item. And if you guys have any questions, please feel free to ask. I know sometimes I don't make any sense.
Thank you very much, Kashish. Nikki, I have a direct response from you. This is just for the direct response to Kashish. Please keep it to a clarifying question or comment.
Yeah, this is thank you so much, Kashish, for this. I really appreciate it. I have a clarifying response. I want to quickly say that I have been a counselor since October, and I have still not been formally onboarded or given any stipend. So I'm just not sure how that works. I have been kind of in the dark with everything. So I don't know who's responsible for that, but like I've joined in as a cognitive science counselor in October, and then in January I switched over as philosophy counselor. I've still not gotten any onboarding or any stipend. So I just wanted to bring attention to that, and also clarification, because Kashish has brought that up in terms of counselors not really knowing what their responsibilities.
Thank you, Nikki. Chloe, you have a direct response?
Yeah, so as for onboarding, that's going to happen at the end of every month from now on. So hopefully by the end of February, there's going to be an onboarding session for every counselor that joins within the month, because like was recognized as a problem, is that like we had a lot of turnover. So we need like that need for constant training for regular training is important. So yeah, so that onboarding should happen. Also email me and I will try to get that stipend worked out, and that goes for anyone who hasn't been receiving their stipend as well.
Thank you, Chloe. I think Marie is the next direct response.
Yeah, this was noted at last council meeting, but this is a general comment, and this is for Nikki too. So last meeting, it was noted that you should reach out to Chloe or Almas for one, if you haven't received any onboarding or orientation, and two, if you haven't received your stipend. So please, please, please go ahead and go email them, just because there's been a lot of movement on positions and stuff. It gets a little bit confusing. But yeah, if you haven't already messaged them, Nikki, feel free to do that. But yeah, it was definitely all of you should be getting paid for your work in the position that you're in. So that's really important.
Thank you, Marie. I believe we had one more direct response. I think it was Nikki. Yes, Nikki, go ahead.
Yeah, I just wanted to quickly clarify that I've reached out to Corbett at least 3 times, and also have emailed like different people in SFSS multiple times for several months, and I still haven't. They said they'll look into it, but I still haven't gotten anything. So I really want this to be sorted out soon. It's like it's a big pressure to be a counselor. Like there's a lot of work into it. So I don't want it to kind of be pushed off to the side anymore. And I would like also the onboarding, so I know what's going on.
Thank you, Nikki. Nim, you have a direct response to that.
Yeah, I was just gonna say I'm sorry to hear that, because like I got mine set up within 2 weeks. I noticed like when I reached out to Corbett, he told me who I should like reach out to. Like he gave me email, so maybe go back and double check that he didn't advise you on who to reach back to. But yeah, because once you put it in, it should be pretty fast.
Thank you, Nim. Okay, going back to the speakers list, I have Marie next.
Yeah, I'm going to just speak to the main discussion at hand, but in terms of like mental health and all of that, I think that stuff is really important. I think a lot of counselors and especially executives have been really, really suffering this year amidst COVID. It's really hard to deny that school, on top of being in a pandemic and having to deal with counsel, is not overwhelming. So I think beneficial ways of going forward is maybe having a discussion on like what counselors need in terms of support for their mental health, or how that can kind of be advocated for ultimately. But yeah, I do want to focus on the discussion.
Okay, thank you, Marie. Giselle, you have a point of order?
I'm not sure if it's point of order, but it's 8:30 and we didn't move to extend the meeting, did we?
I did.
You did?
I
Okay.
moved to extend it till 9:30.
Okay, fair. Thank you.
Thank you, Giselle. Next on the list, I have Chloe.
So one thing that I think that I would help with like the amount of turnover and resignations is if and this isn't touching on, like, I recognize the mental health aspect of this conversation. I'm just talking about like I'm not gonna address that with what I say now. Is that like having in your bylaws the expectation that counselors like it's a 1-year term, and then hopefully prioritizing. I guess this will be up to your own like DSU or constituency group if that's something you feel like you want to implement, and then prioritizing students who go for the position who can commit to the full term, I think that would help. And then also we talked about this either last council meeting or the meeting before, but I think like we're the first council year. So I think there was a lot of unknown to this position. And like, I think if we do our exit reports, that'll really help with that like unknown of like what this position is about, and like will really allow for people for counselors to determine like if this role will be right for you. But I also think that if this position is contributing to mental health issue to students' mental health, I think that needs to be like another conversation about how can we shift this role so it's not a huge burden on students and it's not making not disproportionately harming their mental health.
Thank you, Chloe. I have a direct response from Ben.
I have a question on your idea of prioritizing, I believe, council representative roles to people who can commit to the full year. I don't understand how that would be allowed under the elections rules for councilors. So I'm wondering, is that something that one could do while following the rules?
Does anyone have the answers to that? You can hit, Jess, please go ahead. Thank you.
So from my understanding, each of you folks have your own elections within, like you could say the spring term, when you can do by-elections. In the fall, you do your full term election where all of your positions are open up for elections. And then within that, you would look within your bylaws and you can say if you would want to, like, make sure that you have the full commitment of this year. And you could also make recommendations, whether it be verbally or whether through your bylaw, that if someone is graduating within the same year, let's say I started in the fall and I was supposed to finish in the spring, would I have enough time to do a full term when I'm supposed to be there for a whole entire year? So just making sure that students who do put themselves up for this position within your own elections are able to fulfill that. And you can put it in your policy if you'd like. Ben?
Sorry, I'll share. Ben, go ahead.
Just wanting to clarify, you're saying we have the ability to put that in as a recommendation, but not as a rule.
Jess, would you have a direct response to that? Oh, just the yep in the chat's fine. Perfect. All right. We can go back to the speakers list then. Giselle, go ahead. And yes, Albus, you're still on the list.
I retract my list because I'm eating right now. It's really bad timing.
Okay, thank you. Mohammed, you're next.
I have a few points to this, and I might upset some people, and I am very sorry if I do. I'm hoping not to. Not gonna like go anything direct or anything. But what you call it? I can speak on my experiences with this, and the experience. I can speak on the CSS's experience with this, my experience with this, and the experiences I've heard with this as well. First of all, the CSS's experience. I do agree with you, Chloe, regarding the exit letters that I forgot what you call them, but basically the exit letters that you recommended. And the only thing I dislike is that it will be written within the SFSS, because how the CSS runs this is we have this actually written in our constitution. We're building on top of it as well. Is that any executive in general within the CSS has to make themselves available for training of the upcoming executive that's going to take their place, if someone's going to take their place. And so not only is there a document provided that we all have to write at the end of our terms, and I'm willing to supply that as an exit. I forgot what you called it, but the exit letter thing. But we'll also allow ourselves to exit report. That's the one. Thank you. And we also allow ourselves to be available for 1 to 4 hour meetings with the upcoming executive, not even council, just executive, to train them and help them out in telling them what their duties are, how they're supposed to do them, who they're supposed to contact, what they're supposed to do. And it is extremely helpful. It helps out a lot. it helps move things way better and it helps the entire team expand. So locally, it's better. I don't think it's going to be very effective putting it in a more general scale SFSS, but if everyone does it within their own DSU or something similar to that, it would be very helpful. And that's the CSS experience. And I'm going to be talking a lot. I apologize, Abby. At any point, literally just cut me off if I just go on a rant. So that's the first part. The second part is my own experience with this, because even I was considering quitting at some point, mainly due to the direction that I see the SFSS. Oh, fuck. Shit. I apologize for those. That went bad. Okay. Mainly for the. My experience with this is yes, I did. The direction that I feel the SFSS is going. For the main example, like this was my first shock when I got in, is the Palestine advocacy stuff. As a Jordanian, I don't think I'm even allowed to be anti-Palestine. I am born to be with Palestine. They are my brothers and sisters. I know way too many Palestinians to be against it in any way, shape, or form. But even though that was the case, I joined the Palestine working group, and we ended up writing a couple of letters, and that was somewhat it. And that was not what I was expecting. And it was definitely not what I wanted us to move towards. I wanted us to make more bureaucratic actions, diplomatic actions within SFU, rather than write a couple of letters that eventually are in our policy statements, but they haven't really done as much as I'd hoped they do. I was hoping that we'd go way farther with that, and we just didn't. And that sort of, and my lights are off, nice. I'll turn that until I can turn them back on. But yeah, that sort of discouraged me from continuing to work on any council work, because my first thought is, if we're just going to be writing letters, there's no point. It's just, it is what it is. Abby, you're going to cut me off.
Yes, yeah, thank you, Mohammed. I think I have a direct response from Almas.
As much as I respect people's personal opinions, I also feel like one of the reasons why we moved from a board of members to council system was to have more opinions, suggestions, and viewpoints on the table. So at times I will walk out of a council meeting not liking something that was discussed or said, but that doesn't mean I can say, well, okay, if somebody's not siding with my views, then I just don't want to listen to it or don't want to be a part of this, because we have to look at the bigger good of why the society is there in the first place, which is to help students and to see what works the best for majority of people. We can't always make everybody happy. That's one thing. We try, but we can't always do that. So this is just a suggestion. If people have any hard feelings, or if they feel like, oh, well, I wasn't hurt, or there's something that caused harm to my mental health, one, reach out to people who you think were I'd say not kind towards you. Maybe it was just in the heat of the moment and they did not have any personal attacks or stuff like that against you. And oftentimes when we have discussions, we probably step up and we forget how others feel. But in no way does that mean that we disrespect each other or we do not want to listen to each other's opinions. It's just that sometimes we just have to step back and question ourselves, okay, well, this is in my opinion, but does this affect or do something good for the general population? If yes, then okay, maybe I need to rethink my options. If I was hurt, okay, let me speak to someone who I think went above and beyond. Or if it is still affecting my mental health to a point where I'm just not wanting to speak to anyone, then I think that's really a time where you would want to think that, can I be a part of such conversations? Can I tell people to probably ask me not to be a part of that specific motion or whatever is being discussed and come back at a later time? So all in all, at some point we will not be happy with what others are saying, but over the year, this is something that I've learned has been very helpful for me. And I feel like if others follow this three-step approach would be very helpful for them and for the student body that we try to represent.
Thank you, Almas. I just want to bring attention to the fact that we're time cognizant and we really cannot afford to go off track here because we still have, I really want to have our Q&A regarding the closure of the sub at the end, as well as our motion. So I really hope we can try to stick to track here. I have a direct response from Marie next.
Yeah, thanks for bringing that up, Mohammed, because I think that that's something that's been on my mind too. And honestly, like, I'll take responsibility for that too, especially since like the Palestinian Liberation Group did fall off of a little bit. You know, we had a chair and the chair stepped down, which is totally understandable for mental health reasons. And I was on a leave of absence for a while due to physical illness too. So if you want, Mohammed, if you'd want to like chat this week or next week and we could talk about how we can like reignite this group. I've already like put it in my list. I was like looking at my plans for this year and what we need to complete, and that's like the first thing on my list. I've also been actually adding to like the policy and stuff, and I was really cognizant that there were a lot of Palestinian folks in the group, and I didn't want to put that much labor on them to create the policy, but more so that we created something and then took it to them and had some consultation with it. So if you're up for it and happy to help, I'll reach out to you. But just let me know your email in the chat, and then we could talk about it further and how to like reignite and get it started again. Is that good? Okay, thanks so much.
Thank you, Marie. Mohammed, you have the next direct response. Again, remember, direct response for clarifying questions or comments. Thank you.
Yes, yeah, because I heard something Almas said, so I didn't fully get it. So I wanted to clarify my point, which is that, and this is to Maria as well, I guess, is that my point is, in general, the SFSS moves more towards writing letters rather than doing actions. We do actions, don't get me wrong. But my point is, we focus more on policy and a rule rather than doing something and facilitating those rules and facilitating those things. But obviously, everyone wants to do something. It's just we're focusing more on that aspect, and I feel like it's not exactly a waste of time. It's more of a we could be focusing on something else instead of that, and that was my main point. Palestine thing is just an example, and I'd love to chat about it. But yeah, that was my clarification.
Okay, again, I'm gonna start getting a little stricter on this. So we really are getting a little bit off track here. Marie, you have a direct response.
I'm gonna clarify this very quick, and then we could definitely get back to this. Yeah, the reason why there's typically a focus on policy before action is done, and I can attest because I've definitely seen action happen on campus, but typically when we do have a policy or an issues policy in place, it is the stance of the society, and it's really helpful and like used as a tool in order to take action. So there's kind of like steps to it, but yeah, I'll be really cognizant of that critique too, and ensure that we like can put like our words into action more as well. So thanks for bringing that up, and please do send me your email because I actually want to set this stuff up. But I'll be quiet now. Bye.
Thank you very much, Marie. Okay, back to the speakers list. Finally, Nikki, go ahead. Again, please
Thank
keep
you.
it on track.
Of course. I just have a response. And it's just basically just for clarification. I'll keep it really quick. As the president of the Philosophy Student Union and vice president of the Cognitive Science Student Society, I totally understand where you're coming from to ensure that students who are elected into the council reposition can fulfill their whole terms. Now that I have those, the ability to influence, like who gets elected and stuff like that, I'll definitely make sure that that's known. For me, in my position, I was merely filling an unfilled position in cognitive science. The previous counselor dropped out from their position, and I was there just to fill in when we're doing the by-election. And then for philosophy, Tony graduated and I was there to fill in. So for me, I just want to say that it wasn't in my like control that like they dropped out. I'm just here to fill the position, so there's representation. But in the future, like I'll make sure that people who are next will try to fulfill their full term. So I understand that. Thank you.
Thank you, Nikki. Next, we have Ben.
I'll retract my list.
Thank you, Ben. Next, we have Almas.
So this one was about the stipends. I feel like I've gotten old telling people to please reach out to me if there's some issue like that, because I don't know about other folks, but I get back to people within 24 hours, 48 hours on the weekend, and just get things sorted for them. And I think last week, actually last council meeting, whoever told me that they were having issues with stipends actually got them sorted, and not just for stipends, like any issue you might have. And I've been saying that for like the past 7 or 8 meetings. So please reach out to me.
Thank you, Almas. Thank you. I have a direct response from Nikki again. Please stick to clarifying questions. I think we're almost we're like almost there. So like if it's very necessary, go ahead.
Of course. Yeah, it'll be just super quick. To Almas, thank you so much. I just really want to say thank you for being open. Since I was not onboarded, I did not know that I was to reach out to you. Like nobody has told me that, but now I know. So thank you very much. Hopefully we can sort this out and I can get back paid for the stipends from like when I was elected as the council rep for both cognitive science and philosophy. So I sent you an email. Let's sort it out. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Nikki. Okay, Giselle, go ahead.
I want to move to end this discussion, if that's possible. I think it's a really important discussion, but I also know that there's a lot to talk about the sub. I'm just wondering if we could table this for another council meeting and maybe get, like Kashish had like a survey, and I'm wondering if maybe we could do that for all councilors at some point, but I'm really mindful of the time.
So you're making that motion, right?
Yeah.
Can I get a seconder, please?
Kylie.
Kylie, thank you. Kylie seconds. Is there any discussion on that? Any discussion on ending the discussion? Mohammed, go ahead.
Yeah, I just wanted to ask if it's possible that if everyone would like to table this discussion in that case and not just end it. Because we should be talking about this later.
Yes, that's
not
right.
Today. I mean, like a nearby council meeting, like the next council meeting, hopefully, because this is really important. We can't just do this.
Okay. Joselle, do you want to retract that motion then?
Yeah, I'll retract it.
Okay, and then I think I have Ben listed next.
I'll move to lay the discussion item on the table. I think I can do that. Wait, no, I can't.
Corbett, please help.
Sorry, hi everyone. Discussion. So we don't traditionally, we just kind of like people stop talking and then we move on to the next item. So that's because there's no real motion to be made. So we could do I just say like, we move on. But the chair can say like, I'd like to end discussion. Let's move on to the next item in aspect of time. And if someone doesn't like that, they can challenge you.
Okay. In that case, I'd like to move on past discussion, please. Thanks, everyone. So we did suspend the rules to move on to the discussion item. So I would think we have to go unsuspend the rules. Yeah, so I'll move to unsuspend the rules and go back to 8.3, new business, sub-closure motion, 2022 2-.
Sorry, wait, there's some POIs, point of interest and things like that going on here.
Sorry, I meant point of order. Apologies.
Point of order, yeah.
My motion to suspend the rules was only to consider 9.1 out of order, so I don't think we need to resuspend the rules to continue on to the sub, as I believe that was originally after that. And also, being cognizant of time, I'd like to move to extend the meeting to 10 p.m.
Okay, let's take that motion to start. Can I get a seconder, please?
Physics.
Physics, thank you. Is there any discussion on that? I assume not. Okay, all those in favor of extending the meeting till 10 p.m. Or gosh, dang it. Seeking unanimous consent. If you dissent, please raise your hand. Could not remember that term for the life of me.
Do you want me to phrase it? Seeking unanimous
Yes, please.
consent. If you'd like to abstain or dissent, use the raise hand feature in Zoom, and Abby will call you to record your votes.
Thank you, Corbin. What he said. Okay, looks like the meeting is extended till 10 p.m. Thank you very much, everyone. We're going to go back to motion 8.3, and I'm going to hand the chair back to Corbin now that he is here.
Thank you very much. I'm on my laptop, so it's be a little bit hard for me to do stuff. Joselle, what did you list?
Sorry, I was just wondering if I could add a really quick discussion item at the end of the meeting. It'll take like 2 minutes, but it's really time pressing because of elections, and I'm wondering if I could move to add something.
Sure. What's the item? Can you type it out?
Election voter turnout.
Sorry, can you say that again?
Election voter turnout.
Okay. Thank you. Okay, discussion item. This is amending the agenda, so it'll take 2/3. So you move that motion to add the discussion item. Do I have a seconder?
Math.
Thank you, Math. Discussion. Can you just do a quick little blurb on what the purpose of it is?
Yeah, I just want to make sure and just talk about making sure that we reach quorum, especially for referendums, and how really important that is, considering that we can't campaign during this time for the referendum. So I just wanted to really quickly touch on that, and it won't be more than that.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. So any discussion on this? Okay, seeing none, we'll move to a vote. All in favor, seeking unanimous consent. If you'd like to abstain or dissent, please you use the raise hand feature on Zoom, and I will call on you to record your vote. That passes. Thank you. That will be added to the end of the discussion list items. Now we'll move back to the in-camera motion. I move to go in camera to discuss the SFE letters that council received related to the subclosure. Do I have a seconder?
Political science.
Political science. All in favor, seeking unanimous consent, please use the raise hand feature on Zoom, and I'll call on you to record a vote if you'd like to abstain or dissent. Seeing none, that carries. Sorry, I'm no longer a host, so Jess, are you able to create a breakout room to put all counselors into? You'll have to assign them because there's some people here that are not counselors. Additionally, unfortunately, alternatives can't attend because in camera is related. It's related to being counselor, like board of directors, as opposed to there's an additional legal requirement that an alternative does not have. You don't have that option, even as
I believe Chloe has that option.
Chloe?
I can make breakout rooms. I believe. Yeah.
Yeah, it should be a button you have. Okay.
Sorry, I zoned out when you explained what the breakout rooms are.
Can you create a breakout room? There should be a button that says the breakout button, and you're gonna have to assign everyone that has counselor in their name.
Okay.
And if you're a counselor here who hasn't amended your name, like Gershan, I think, because you are the Coxside counselor, correct?
I think Gur actually has. Gershan is someone different.
My apologies. Thank you very much for the correction. Tiana, you haven't yet, so, and Akam, make sure you are added. And Linda, it needs to be added as well. And Kyla is a counselor as well. And then Marie is executive.
Sorry, Kayla's the council, or Kyla, is that how they pronounce your name?
Kayla, my apologies if I said.
Okay.
John, yeah, so it'd be good for you to join.
Okay. And then is Linda a counselor?
Yes, for SOCA.
Okay. And then, all right, I think I have everyone.
Okay, when you think you have everyone, open the room, and I think everyone should either get a pop-up to let them move over, or they might automatically put in.
There's just a question in the chat. John's wondering if he's going to be
Yes.
joining. Okay.
Yes, I've asked for. Oh, and please add John into it as well, Chloe.
Yeah, I did.
Thanks.
Has anyone who is supposed to be in the counselor room not got the invite to join yet?
You're an alternate. Oh, Kyle, sorry, I thought you were the counselor for SASU. My apologies. Yeah, so yeah, Kayla, just say not now.
Are alternates not allowed to join?
No.
Oh, okay. Then I invited 3 alternates. So I invited and none of them have joined. Or wait.
Okay.
Wait, or just 2, just Kayla and Shari. I invited both of them, but they're
okay. So we'll have to remove them actually.
Okay. Neither of them joined, but
okay, yeah, just remove them from the room so there's an accidental.
Okay.
Thomas, have you clicked over yet? Or did you get the invite?
I have almost under. Okay, they joined.
Yeah, Hillary, yes. While we're in this in-camera session, you're welcome to chat and stuff. So we'll be pausing the recording. And actually, Chloe, can you pause the recording while we're in camera?
Okay.
Hey everyone. So I moved to move X camera. Do I have a seconder?
Marie.
Okay. Just all in favor? Seeking unanimous consent. If you'd like to abstain or dissent, please unmute your. I'm sorry. You please use the raise hand feature in Zoom, and I will call on you to record your vote. That's carried. We are now X camera. And moving into just motion 8.3. Ben, you have a list.
What was I going to say? I'd like to move to suspend the rules to extend this meeting until, let's say, 11 p.m. And also for the consideration of motion 8.3, I'd like to suspend the rules to allow representatives and students to have equal speaking priority.
Okay, so that's 2 motions. So first motion we'll handle is extension of the meeting. So just for clarity, you are moving to extend the meeting till 10 p.m.
11 p.m.
Sorry, 11 p.m. Thank you for the correction. Do I have a second? Ben moves that. Do I have a seconder?
Political science.
Political science seconds. Thank you. Discussion. Okay, seeing none, we'll move to a vote. All in favor, seeking unanimous consent. If you'd like to abstain or dissent, please use the raise hand feature in Zoom, and I'll call on you to record your vote. Linda, you would like to have your abstention or dissent noted?
Yes,
Which would you like to be?
to not stay until 11.
Okay. Thank you. So you vote in against. Okay. Well, the idea is that the motion is up to 11. If we end up early, then we're okay. So yes, please have it recorded that SOCA representative voted against the motion. Okay, thank you. It still carries, just not unanimously. The next motion submitted by Ben is to suspend the rules to allow counselors and regular members, regular members to have equal speaking priority, effectively first come, first serve. So Ben moves that motion. Who do I have a seconder?
Marie.
Political science.
Marie. Thank you. Discussion. Okay, moving to a vote. All in favor, seeking unanimous consent. If you'd like to abstain or dissent, please use the raise hand feature in Zoom, and I'll call on you to record your vote. That carries. Ben list, I'm assuming it's related to time limits.
I was just going to say I'd also like to move that we limit debate on 8.3 to a maximum of 50 minutes.
Oh, sorry, the whole debate to be 15 minutes?
50.
Oh, 50. Okay. That's so Ben has moved that to limit the debate on this motion to a maximum of 50 minutes. Do I have a seconder?
Physics.
Physics seconds. All right. Discussion. Seeing no discussion, moving to you requesting unanimous consent. So all in favor, seeking unanimous consent. If you'd like to abstain or dissent, please use the raise hand feature in Zoom, and I'll call on you to record your vote. Seeing that carries. Okay. Is there any other adjustments to this particular way we're going to debate this or discuss this motion? Thank you, Ben. Anyone else? Just to give people the opportunity. It's been a long day. Okay, thank you. We will move into 8.3. Please give me a minute to get myself set up. I had to switch over to a personal laptop. And so I need to grab a document. Okay, agenda. So what I'll do is I'll read out the motion and I'll do the whole standard mover seconder. Just give me a minute to do that. Okay. Motion 8.3 reads, whereas Council on January 19th approved a motion to close the sub from January 24th to February 18th, whereas that motion requires Council to make a decision at their February 16th meeting to either extend the closure or open the sub at a reduced capacity, whereas sub does not yet operate on the weekend and February 21st is a stat holiday. The earliest the sub can reopen is on the February 22nd, whereas management has stated that sub support staff can transition to in-person for February 22nd, whereas the executive committee has met and recommended the sub be opened at a reduced capacity for February 22nd based on the reduced capacity plan. Whereas this plan was previously reviewed by the SFS Joint Health and Safety Committee and approved by the Executive Committee. Whereas the plan reduces the number of tables and chairs that students can sit at to require physical distancing. Whereas the Executive Committee recommendation has 3 conditions. 1, COVID-19 data includes case count, COVID-19 data including case counts, hospitalizations, test positivity, etc., level off or trend down. Booster numbers increase. Sub-support staff are able to maintain transition to in-person. They resolved that council approved opening the sub on February 22nd at a reduced capacity as stated in the reduced capacity plan. Be it further resolved that council be updated by the Executive Committee on changes to sub-staff support, COVID-19 data, and other factors that could require a future sub closure. Do I have a mover?
Math.
Do I have a seconder?
Marie.
Marie, thank you. Okay, discussion. Now, just be clear, because I understand the nature of the matter, that it's important for us to do our best to stay on topic, the motion, just to talk on the motion. The motion is whether to extend the closure, if the council decides that they would like to reopen the sub at a reduced capacity plan or not. The original motion from the 19th was either to extend the closure or open with a reduced capacity plan. This motion is not about whether the sub should have been closed in the first place or not. It's not about that's not listening to students or other aspects. It's not that those matters are not important. It's just that for us to be able to have a discussion, we have to have it focused on this point. We want to have the 30-minute QA to allow students to talk about those other issues outside of this motion, outside this decision. Okay, now I'll do my best, and I don't want to be jumping in on people. It's not fair because a lot of you are not regular students here, are not used to this environment. It's not your fault or anything. I also really want to be clear about how this has to work. Okay. So I just want to give that as a heads up. Okay. So we'll now go into discussions and lists. So, sorry, actually, before I do this, Abby, can you share again the list, the speaker list doc we've got side, to make it so easier, so I don't have to, so stuff that isn't lost in chat.
Yes, 1 second, please. I know we have Jess first, I believe.
Yes.
Okay, so we've been looking at the reduced capacity plan for at least a month now, and John was able to work heavily on this along with his building staff. And so what this reduced capacity looks like, which you can see in your emails as an attachment, is that there are some seats taken away for study areas, and this is to still ensure social distancing. So the SFSS is obviously taking a more safer approach than SFU and the government to reduce the transmission of COVID-19 within our spaces that we have control of over as a society. So with these reduced spaces, people still have space to individually study. And so this is good for those who are not comfortable yet sitting with other people. However, we still kept spaces for group studying for students who do want to study in pairs or in groups. Again, as a reminder, when we initially closed this up, we expressed that the first few weeks that we came back for January, that students still had a difficult time keeping their masks on, still crowding in the areas. So that's why we also made sure that we're still implementing these social distancing seats. We have other plans in place as well to service immunocompromised people or folks who live with immunocompromised people that Marie and Matthew can discuss.
Okay, sorry, 1 second. I'm just getting the document for tracking this. Okay. I'm sorry, I'm just having to set up my screen in a different way. Okay. There's a direct response from Matt. Is it a clarifying question to what, or statement to what Jess said?
Yeah, just to add on to that reduced like capacity model that we've been discussing. When I was, I've been working with just kind of proposing like some ideas around how we can ensure like better safety and support for students. So especially for like, one question was like immunocompromised students, and then also folks who live with immunocompromised people who still have to attend regular classes and are worried about contracting COVID in public spaces. So with the reduced capacity model, and in the COVID sub-working groups, I proposed the ability to have certain bookable spaces for to be signed out through like DNA, and then with Brianna, and then also Trish maybe as a supporting staff, so that folks who are immunocompromised can go through them to work in those rooms separately from like other public areas. So it'll be a little bit safer for them for the duration of the semester. So that's another idea in regards to that we've been trying to implement in that.
Okay, Marie?
Yeah, just
for a direct response as well.
Yeah, just to add to what Jess said, also Brianna's the accessibility coordinator, and then Trish is the student advocate. So yeah, exactly what Matt's been saying. We've been working to ensure that there are still spaces that can welcome and really enlist like a safe space for immunocompromised folks. But I think the biggest point about this is that with the reduced capacity model, it's also just looking at how the issue with masks in general, where there isn't properly provided masks in order to ensure that there's a lower transmission rate. So with that in mind, it's just basically just a safeguard, but it's going to be put in place until it's really just safe enough to go back. So this is for folks to know, this is not like a permanent thing or anything. When things are looking better, this will be lifted as well.
Okay, Abby?
Thank you, Corbett. I'm just going to speak directly to the first be it resolved clause to open this up. I really think we should open this up because I think that's what students want straight up. Again, I'm just going to stick to whether we should open this up or not, because there will be a Q&A later for the other parts. But I think voting against this motion would be extremely foolish given the student backlash to the sub closing in the first place. That's all I'm going to say.
Okay, thank you. Ben?
Please stop me if I go too far towards what was discussed, but based on emerging matters, I'd like to move that council suspend the rules and adopt the following resolution.
Okay, I can do that regardless. We don't need to have a meeting for, you don't need, if council wants me to call it for sure, but I can do that as an ex officio as well. I have the power to also call other committee meetings. So I don't think we need to suspend it, but
based on events, I'd prefer to do this formally, if that's okay with folks.
Okay, so just for clarity, you're asking basically just to step out of this discussion for now to amend the agenda to add this motion? Or are you looking to amend the current motion to include like a third be it resolved clause?
I'm looking to purely just suspend the rules to adopt this. This is a form of, it doesn't necessarily need to, I would argue it, okay, I don't know how to say that without going into in-camera items, but.
Okay, I would prefer that we just, if you want to amend the agenda to add it, then we can do a motion after this motion.
I can do that. That's fine. I'll move to amend the agenda to add that as a motion after the current one.
Okay. Ben moves to add the following motion. Be it resolved to task the president with calling a meeting of the OCEO, which is Oversight Committee of Executive Officers, during the week of February 21st. Do I have a seconder?
Political science.
Okay, discussion. Please list yourself if you'd like to add any questions or comments or concerns. Seeing none, we'll move to a vote. All in favor seeking, and this is on just the amending the actual motion to the agenda, not the motion itself. Seeking unanimous, all in favor seeking unanimous consent, please use the raise hand feature if you would like to abstain or dissent, and I will call on you to record your vote. That passes unanimously. That motion will be will be visited after we are finished on 8.3. Now moving back to 8.3, and we are in the middle of discussion. Mohammed. Oh, sorry.
Sorry, can I move my list to later because I need to run to my car before they close the gate?
Yeah, not a problem.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay. Matt. Actually, I think I also listed two earlier. Abby. Okay. Thank you.
Who's up?
Would be me next. Sorry. Thanks, Matt. So yes, speaking to the motion, as part of the executive committee and as acting president, I'm in support of reopening the sub now at a reduced capacity plan, because I think it's important for us to still have a bit of a phased reopening, primarily to allow us to see how students will use the building going forward, because to make sure that if, for instance, if specific staff end up getting sick, and that causes issues with potentially maintaining the opening of the sub, I'd rather us not have like full capacity all at once. And that's why the exec committee gave conditional recommendation because we closed the sub with the understanding, at least our understanding was that it was important to do a controlled close while Omicron was spiking really high, and that as it trended down and numbers came more better, then it would be safer to open the sub. And so I stand behind that, and that's what we've seen now with current COVID data, especially around hospitalizations are still a little high, but things like test positivity for Fraser Valley has reduced around 10% from over 25% only like 3 weeks ago. And so some factors like that I have stronger faith in. And so that's why I support this motion going forward. Okay, Giselle, and then Matt.
Yeah, thank you. I'm also in support of this motion because it's really clear that students would like the sub opened. I think it's great that we're opening it at a reduced capacity at the moment because we should make sure that we take things slow. With that being said, I'm also thinking about the reaction of students who would like a little bit more space in the sub, and I would like to say, like, I 100% understand the reduced capacity and I'm for the reduced capacity, but I'm wondering if there's a way to kind of like let students know when we'd be phasing out of reduced capacity. I'm just really worried that if we say reduced capacity like right now and there's not really like a quote unquote end date, I'm just worried about backlash on that as well, because I know, at least I personally think public health orders are still going a bit too fast, but because public health orders are making things much more flexible, if that's the right term, I just feel like we're also going to get some backlash and questions as to when this hub will be fully open.
Thank you. Matt, you have direct response?
Yeah, Joey, just to kind of answer your concern, I just wanted to note that we have been talking about like a transitional plan, like back to full capacity, and when that will happen. We've been talking about that in the COVID regroup, and I don't remember the exact date, but it was more so to kind of, it'll be the transitional period for like the reduced capacity will be around the end, like we'll be monitoring it and then also moving forward so that it also transitions with the next exec. So it'll go onto the next exec as well, so that that decision will most likely be made to have a full capacity, because then that'll go into the summer, and the summer is already pretty slow as is. So then everything should be good, hopefully, with if exec and council are moving forward in that way, then it should hopefully be good for the fall. But that's kind of where we're at in regards to timelines. We were talking about this, I believe, last week. And I know there are some notes. I just don't have them up right now. But if you have any specific questions, feel free to email me and then I can like give you more details on what was discussed there. But the transition will be like within the spring, because we have thought about that.
Can I respond, or is that not?
Yeah, you can respond if you don't think that his reply was clear enough, or if you need.
Yeah, I think it's just like more of a follow-up. Like, thanks, Matt, for sharing that information. I think that's really useful to know. I just think that we need to make sure that when we communicate our opening to students, we kind of talk about like there are plans to transition back to like a full opening, because I think there will be a lot of backlash, and there already has been. And even though I personally agree with the reduced plan, I just think we need to be aware that all students might feel differently.
Okay, thank you. Matt, you're next on the list.
Okay, so pretty much I am in favor of opening this up at a reduced capacity. I also believe that in regards to steps that have been taken forward, you know, I know that it was like a difficult decision, and there has been like backlash from students and community, and so we've been trying to navigate that. And I know that it was like a tough decision on all parties involved, but I feel okay knowing that staff and students in the sub did not contract COVID during that time, and that it wasn't more serious than it like needed to be. And so I feel okay with that decision as it's been made. But also I am excited to open this up like at a reduced capacity model, which is we've been trying to plan and make sure that it's good for students when we know that it's safe. So considering that, I'm looking forward to ensuring that students have the space that like they've needed definitely on campus. And also just to note that hopefully we continue to push to ensure that SFU also makes like better spaces like on campus as well, because we as the student union building and opening like at reduced capacity, we have also implemented other things. Like I don't know if folks remember in the fall we were able to open the ballroom for students when it was happening during exam period at single seating for studying. And so there's other options that we could push back on SFU, because there was not enough space on campus, because there is like a gym in education. There are other space on campus that could have been utilized during that time. And I think that's just something that we also need to, you know, think about as well, because it's not just on the onus of the student society when we're trying to protect students and community. Like our problem is not the fact that like SFU does not have space. And that's something that we need to, I think, really consider moving forward into this, is also just ensuring that, you know, we did what we thought was like the best intention for the community, and it's not we don't hold the responsibility over SFU at the fact that like they don't have space, and the only space that we have designated for students is the sub. And I think that's like a bigger conversation that'll probably move forward in the future, especially with the precarious situation that we have been put in with COVID and online learning and return to campus. So there's a lot of things to consider there, but I'm glad to be having this conversation tonight. I will have to switch to my phone. So other than that, I'll be keeping my camera off. Thank you.
Thank you. Ben, go ahead.
Can you hear me?
Mm-hmm.
Yep. So as everyone else here has done, I will also be speaking in support of this motion. As some of you know, the MSU does frequent surveys on what folks think about council. On our most recent one, which was on the recommendation we're considering here today, there was a lower response rate, albeit, but about 94% of folks who responded were in favor of closing the, sorry, not in favor of closing, in favor of the motion here today. And just generally speaking with people from my department, everyone is largely in favor of opening, and I will be voting yes, and I encourage the rest of council to do so as well.
Thank you, Ben. Mohammed, you're back, or you have you're on your
Yes,
phone?
I have gotten out of the parking lot, luckily. I just wanted to ask about a specific point about the motion. I'm obviously for the motion as a whole, but there's a specific clause that I wanted to discuss for a bit because I saw a bit of concern. Is I don't have the motion in front of me, so please excuse me. But it did state that one of the conditions for the sub staying open is booster shot levels increasing. And my worry with that is that one, there might be supply chain issues, and two, there might be a significant number of the population who are willing to get booster shots, who already get their booster shots, and the booster shot levels sort of taper off. And so the question at that point is, are we going to close down the sub? And so that's why I wanted like either a discussion regarding that, just to understand a little bit better, or potentially an amendment to sort of change it similar to the third part of that motion, that clause, which is COVID levels keep going down or taper off, and similar thing with the booster shots, like they either keep going up or at least taper down. Taper, just stop increasing too much. Sorry, I'm tired.
Thank you, Mohammed. I'll directly respond to it. When I drafted those recommendations as part of the executive committee motion, my intent was that up until this date that we saw these things happening, the booster numbers were continuing to occur, were continuing to rise. That are the COVID data numbers and stuff were improving. Generally, the site of overall, it's improving from the COVID situation. And also that staff can continue to transition, that basically between our recommendation and this meeting, our staff didn't get suddenly sick and we're unable to transition into in-person. And so the recommendation is for this motion to open the sub. So the follow-up motion, the be it resolved, further resolve clause, where executive committee will update council on if things go bad, like if there's another wave and another big spike in the number of major cases start happening, then we would go back to council to talk to you about it and either make a recommendation or not. It's not, we wouldn't like if boosters started to level off for the next week or so, we wouldn't necessarily just come back straight away to council saying, hey, gotta shut down. It's more, it was just mostly that things were improving up to this point for us to continue to recommend. Does that answer your question, Mohammed?
Sorry, I wrote it in the chat. I just need to stop for a second. Yes, it answers perfectly. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Sorry, I didn't see the chat yet. I was scrolling. Sorry, 1 second. No, Jess, I can't let him in because I don't see it. Chloe, can you let Matt in the waiting from the waiting room? Okay. Abby's list is next, and then Ben.
Thank you, Corbett. I had a quick question. So regarding this motion, right now we're going back in a hybrid capacity. Could then council, let's say 3 or 4 council meetings down, motion to reopen the sub fully? Is this something council can do?
Yes. What you'd effectively be the best way would be to either require an amendment to the reduced capacity plan, or to say that, or you'd have a motion saying go back to full capacity. As always, I would recommend getting a recommendation from council and JHSC and all these other relevant groups before doing that. But council can do that. Ben and then Marie.
I mean, I since it's 10:30, I don't know if we've just killed off all the students here by having a 6+ hour long meeting, but I'd be super interested to hear if any general members want to speak on this.
Oh yeah, my apologies. We probably didn't explain the process to get on the speakers list for regular members, or at least we did it early on, and like 5 hours ago or 6 hours ago. So my apologies. So Marie said you can go after Hillary. So Abby, would be on the list then.
I just wanted to
Yes,
extend
this
the
would be
meeting.
record.
I wanted to move to extend the meeting to, since we have a half an hour Q&A as well, I'm gonna say 11:30. I'm sorry, guys. Am I good?
Yeah, you can. We can do that. Yeah, is there a seconder?
Math.
Okay. Discussion. Joey. Oh, sorry, Giselle. My apologies.
It's okay. It doesn't matter at this point. I just think we can just push through until 11 and like just do our best to keep it short. The most I want to extend is by 15 minutes.
Okay, thank you. Chloe.
I want to give students a chance to voice their thoughts on the sub closure, seeing as we're not doing that during the motion. However, I don't think that discussion needs to happen today. I think that can happen at another council meeting. So I am against this motion.
Okay, thank you. Nikki, you're next.
I would like to touch on Chloe's comment. I know that a lot of students have been already here waiting since 4:30 to talk on the council motion. So I don't want to make them go to another council meeting. I think that whoever needs to leave can leave, and we can do it that way, because it'll be really disrespectful to the students who have been waiting since 4:30.
Okay, thank you. Sorry, I'm scrolling through the list. Kayla?
I agree with Nikki's point, because I know some students have been asking me what time are we talking about sub. So I don't think we should be like postponing it, because it's like already unacceptable for someone to have to wait until 10:30 when like we are all tired. So I think we might just have the chance for them to voice their opinions, since we are voting on this today. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Sorry, there's a lot of chat in the chat. I appreciate if we can reduce it a bit so I can focus. Sorry, I think Jess is next.
Yeah, I just want to make sure that we have enough counselors to meet or to have quorum by this time. So let's keep it to 11, and then if we need to extend, we'll extend. So if students that are not executive counselors just want to discuss, please type list in the chat to talk.
Okay, thank you. As I'll make a direct response on quorum. Quorum is really primarily needed to make motions. So if it's a situation where, say, we're in the QA discuss, it's more of like a loose open floor discussion with members. If we don't have quorum and someone tries to make a motion, they wouldn't work. Actually, the meeting would just start to end, or just we'd go to the timeout. So we still have a discussion item for motion for after this, so 8.4, as well as the discussion items that Joselle posted, that is also somewhat time sensitive because it relates to the election. So I just want to add that into the topic. Okay, then Ben and then Chloe as list.
I wanted to say that based on what we've seen today, the next term we may want to consider shorter weekly council meetings just for everyone's sake. And also I'd like to call the question on extending.
Okay, Ben has called the question. It's non-debatable. We go to a vote. Needs 2/3 majority, I think. Or maybe, yeah, sorry, I'm too tired to remember that aspect, but okay. Okay, we will now go to a vote to call the question. For everyone who's tired here and councillors, call the question means to end debate and go. And if that passes, the vote passes, then we go into voting on the actual motion of this motion to extend the meeting, not on the 8.3 motion. Okay, so if you're in favor of ending debate, so we can vote on this motion, this amendment to extend the meeting, then vote yes. If you would like to not end debate, so we can still talk about this motion to extend the meeting time, then vote no. Okay. I don't want to do a roll call vote on this because I'm too tired and stuff. I'm going to do a unanimous consent if you raise your hand to want to dissent or abstain, then raise your hand and I will call on that. Okay. So seeking unanimous consent, all in favor, please, all in favor seeking unanimous consent. If you would like to abstain or dissent, please use the raised hand feature in Zoom and I will call on you to record your vote. Sorry, just doing a quick chat scan because of this way this whole system is messed up to me. Okay. No, I see that passes unanimously. Now we will vote to extend the meeting or not. Sorry, is this just for reiteration? We're extending the meeting till 11:30?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. So the motion is be resolved to extend the meeting until 11:30 p.m. All in favor, seeking unanimous consent. Again, if you would like to abstain or dissent, please use the raise hand feature in Zoom and I will call on you to record your vote. Okay, just doing a quick check through. Seeing none, that passes unanimously, so the meeting will be extended up to 11:30. Moving back onto item 8.3. So sorry, just for clarity, so Hillary is the next and then Marie.
Okay, hi. I am on campus during peak hours, so like around 12:30 to 4:30, around that time, and it's often really hard for me and like two other friends to just find an empty table in the AQ. We generally try to stay away from like cafes and like Starbucks and stuff because we're poor. And like it's really especially frustrating because even though my friends and I do have a pretty quiet little spot in the RCB, it's right next to classrooms, and there's often a lot of activity, like when they are on breaks and when students are lining up for the next tutorial or class, and it's really frustrating because it breaks my concentration. And like with the sub, it's like it's hard to transition from complete silence to like a whole lot of chatter for 10 minutes and then back to complete silence. Whereas like in the sub is kind of generally more I guess more consistent, like background noise is more consistent, just no like random like rush of people. So I really wish that the sub would reopen so I can actually concentrate on my stuff for more than 15 minutes at a time. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Hillary. Marie?
Yeah, thank you. Thanks for your comment, Hillary. I really appreciate it. I was going to speak to on the basis of how folks are. Actually, you know what? I'm just going to retract my comment.
Okay, thank you, Marie. Is there any additional people wanting to list themselves to discuss this motion? Kayla and then Martin.
So I think the circumstances have already changed since we last voted on this, because now, according to the news yesterday, Bonnie Henry has like reduced the limit of gathering. So I think it's a safe time for us to like have a reduced capacity plan just for students, because I am on campus every weekdays too, and I feel like there's a lot of crowding around the campus and I can't even find a table. So I think a reduced capacity might be feasible now that we have more vaccines and more people are being, like the restriction have been reduced. So I think that might be a good idea. So I am in favor of.
Okay, thank you, Kayla. Martin?
Hello. So I definitely agree with opening the sub. And as previously mentioned, I think that there should be a clear date communicated of when reduced capacity will end, when the sub is first opened, and then talks can be made to extend that reduced capacity before that date. As well, secondly, unlike the motion's recommendations, I do not think that the closure of the sub should be linked with COVID cases, but instead should be aligned with SFU's general response. If students are allowed on campus to study, the sub should be open to reduce traffic and congestion overall to SFU, so that there's decreased risk to the SFU students. Otherwise, there will be more congestion and traffic in the rest of SFU if students are anyways allowed on campus. So that's what I think the sub opening and closure should be linked to, rather than waves in COVID cases.
Okay, thank you, Martin. Ben?
I actually had a question about a certain part of the reduced capacity plan. So I'm a council rep within SUS, and I was wondering, for the SUS and SAS common rooms, those being 3220 and 3230, what will the rules be for those?
Okay. Sorry, is there a direct response to that? I was just seeing if John was still in. Yeah, John, if you could, yeah, because you were the one that must work directly on the building plan. Sorry, the reduced capacity plan.
Yep.
Go ahead, John.
So just to respond to those two spaces specifically, and those two spaces are a little bit different because they have MOUs in place with those two groups specifically. And so I would imagine like those spaces, first of all, haven't came on stream. The furniture probably won't be here until probably the end of March. So they haven't been considered like directly off the bat. But what I would imagine would happen is it would be similar to what we've done with our level 1000 tenants. And when we've said that we will give them advice on how to like implement social distancing and different things in their spaces. But given the fact that they are assigned spaces to somebody else that they have control over, that they would be able to set their own capacities. But we can help them with social distancing and what the maximum capacity of the spaces would be just in general.
Okay, thank you very much, John. Is there any other people adding themselves to the speaking list? Ben?
Seeing as, correct me if I'm wrong, I think we're drawing up on the 50-minute limit of debate. I'm just gonna make it a bit faster than waiting for 6 minutes and just call the question.
Okay. Non-debatable. So Ben has called the question to end debate. Again, this is non-debatable, so it means we just go right straight to a vote. And again, if you would like to end debate so we can move to voting on this motion 8.3, we will then vote yes. If you would like to continue debating, then vote no. Yes, thank you, Abby, for clarifying. This is whether you want to end debate or not on the main motion itself. This is just to basically, do you want to move to voting on the actual motion? So, I'm going to again do unanimous consent. So all in favor, seeking unanimous consent. If you'd like to abstain or dissent, please use the raise hand feature on Zoom, and I will call on you to record your vote. Seeing none, that carries. Debate is ended now, and we will move on to a vote on motion 8.3. I will reread the motion for clarity and reminders for everyone. So it's a long motion, but so give me a second. Whereas Council on January 19th approved a motion to close the sub from January 14th to February 18th. Whereas that motion requires Council to make a decision at their February 16th meeting to either extend the closure or open the sub at a reduced capacity. Whereas the sub does not yet operate on the weekend and February 21st is a stat holiday, the earliest the sub can reopen is on February 22nd. Whereas management have stated that sub support staff can transition to in-person for February 22nd. Whereas the executive committee has met and recommended the sub be opened at a reduced capacity for February 22nd based on the reduced capacity plan. Whereas this plan was previously reviewed by the SFSS Joint Health and Safety Committee and approved by the executive committee. Whereas the plan reduces the number of tables and chairs that students can sit at, requiring physical distancing. Whereas the executive committee recommendation has 3 conditions: COVID-19 data, including case counts, hospitalizations, test positivity, etc., level off or trend down. Booster numbers increase. Sub support staff are able to maintain transition to in-person. Be it resolved that Council approve opening the sub on February 22nd at a reduced capacity as stated in the reduced capacity plan. Be it further resolved that Council be updated by the executive committee on changes to sub staff support, COVID-19 data, and other factors that could require a future sub closure. Okay, we're going to go to a vote. I have not yet heard any statements of what we should not pass the motion, so I will go to you seeking unanimous consent as opposed to a roll call vote. Okay, so here's the votes. And we are now voting on whether to open the sub at a reduced plan or not. Okay, reduced capacity plan or not. All in favor, seeking unanimous consent. If you would like to abstain or dissent, please use the raised hand feature in Zoom, and I'll call on you to record your vote. Seeing none, that passes unanimously. Thank you. Now we move on to item 8.4. Give me a second to double check that motion, because I want to read it properly. Okay, sorry.
I can.
Actually, Ben, would you be able to just repaste it for me? I would appreciate that.
The motion reads, be it resolved to task the president with calling a meeting of the OCEO during the week of February 21st. Has someone just pasted it? No? Okay, here.
Thank you very much. Yeah, be it resolved that to task the president with calling a meeting of the OCEO, Oversight Committee on Executive Officers during the week of February 21st. Ben, or do I have a mover?
I'll move.
Ben moves. Do I have a seconder?
Abby.
Sorry, I heard Marie. Okay, discussion. Ben, as you have moved this motion, would you like to introduce it?
Yeah, please stop me if I get too far into things in camera, but based on what was discussed in camera and based on the fact that the OCEO, to my knowledge, has not met at least since 11/24/21, I believe we should do this to begin the process of starting the committee back up again, i.e. appointing a chair and a vice chair, and just so that the committee is able to conduct business.
Okay, thank you, Ben. Abby, you're on the list.
I'll keep it very brief. I completely concur with Ben. This has to happen now because of what happened in camera. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any other people want to add to the list? Okay, thank you, Paige, for letting us know. Seeing no more people adding to the list, we'll move to a vote. All in favor seeking unanimous consent, please. Sorry, I'm getting so tired. If you would like to abstain or dissent, please use the raise hand feature on Zoom and I'll call on you to record your vote. Chloe, can you can't transfer host at all, can you?
No.
Oh, shoot. Can you just leave your computer on?
But there's just waiting room issues, but
I think we'll be okay for waiting room.
okay.
Okay.
Bye for me.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, sorry. There was no raise hand, so that passes unanimously. We are now on to discussion items. Discussion item, the first one was Matt, but he's gone now. It was related to the gondola, so I will speak on it. Basically, Burnaby City Council approved the Route 1 for the Burnaby Mountain Gondola, which is a big thing because they were the main component, main linchpin to having the thing move forward. It's still going to take 5+ years. The big next step is like getting funding sorted out, and it's going to be like multiple different requests because it's TransLink, and there's going to be different projects like making the tower, buying the cable cars, all that kind of stuff. So there will still be future advocacy work on it to make sure that the groups that things get funded. But it is a big, massive first step because this project has been. I started hearing about the need for a gondola when I started working for SFU back in 2007 or 2008. And I worked as like security guard for a couple of years and stuff. So that's long-term history. The point is, this project in one form or another has been around for a very, very long time. I want to thank a lot of the students, the senators, the SFS committee members and board members and executives and counselors and everyone else who's been working on to push this for years, for multiple years, especially the last 3 or so years where it's really ramped up. We worked with SFU on this. As much people like it, yes, it looks like a lot of times the SFS is just always against the SFS, but it's not always true. There's definitely things we work together on. There's a lot of stuff actually we work together on. It's just that we tend to butt heads on things we don't agree on. And so, yes, Colin Fowler and Shina Carr, especially. So I just wanted to let student council know that this has happened and it's awesome, but we still have more work to do in the future. So we can't just say we're all done. Yeah. Anyone want to discuss on this or make some comments? No. Okay, awesome. We'll move on to the next item. I believe that was Kashish's item, but they discussed that before our in-camera session, so that's good to go. And next, then going after that was, apologies, election voter turnout. So, Giselle, your item.
Yeah, I just want to say that this item was coming out of the concern, especially from groups like FNMISA, DNA, and SOCA, about not being able to campaign during election period and how that might affect lower turnout. And so they're really concerned about lower voter turnout for the SFSS this year, especially since they're not allowed to campaign. And sorry, I'm just like also reading things to help me kind of like carry my train of thought because it's so late. But basically, they just want to like let people know to please push for the voter turnout as well, because we have to make sure that we hit quorum for the referendum, which I can't come up with a number on the top of my head, so maybe someone else can list it in the chat. But it's really important that we hit that quorum so we're able to pass the referendum, which is really important. And they also to consider for the future, for future folks part of the SFSS and such as exec, thinking about changing that whole thing about the IEC not campaigning during voting period. I don't think this is something that we can go into a really deep discussion right now, but it's something that I want to bring up because it's really important to be able to talk about referendum pieces even during a voting period. And in other elections, usually you're allowed to campaign anyways. So yeah, that's basically the premise of this discussion.
Okay, thank you, Giselle. Marie, on the list?
Yeah, I wanted to speak to this motion as well. So ultimately, there's no proper rules in place or any written rules specifically that indicate that they're basically that people cannot campaign during voter period. And unfortunately, a lot of people have been reported, a lot of people have not been able to actually put forward adequate campaigning material to kind of discuss the importance of the referendum questions. And there's a big worry about quorum not being hit. And then in this case, these questions would actually have to wait for a very long time in order for us to actually vote on them. So I think the biggest thing is everyone here, especially since we endorsed the referendum questions and have already posted about them, it would be very helpful if you folks posted them again, either on your social media stories. And I need you all to take this very seriously too. A lot of people are advocating in response to this. This should have been something that we kind of went over and completed over the year. It did slip through, or it wasn't adequately prioritized. So I think we all need to take responsibility for this, as it's over the whole entire board. So please get your DSUs, FSUs to repost this. I've already seen the constituency groups taking on the bulk of the labor in order to advocate for this. We should not let that be. And I think we have to have a very serious discussion about the problems that have been happening in terms of voting period and campaigning period, and ensuring that folks could continue. What times does voting end? I believe voting ends at like, well, Corbett, do you know that?
Yeah, it's midnight tomorrow night, so this 17th, midnight 17th, so before the midnight.
Yeah, 11:59. Oh my God, I feel like I'm in school. But
You
yeah.
have all this on Canvas, right?
Yeah. Actually, Corbett, I'm also gonna pull you to discuss this more. Also, just to answer your question, Ben, there's no specific rules that the ISC has put out this year to indicate that there should not be campaigning during the voter period. So it's kind of a worry, and people can appeal to it if they do receive reports.
So I'll just do a quick direct response to Ben's question.
Actually, sorry. I just want to say one more time, there's been no written rules, formal written rules.
Okay. I just want to do a direct response to Ben's question directly. So when the IEC recommendation report is supposed to come out for this year, it'll come out after the election is finished. I'll have to get back to you if there's a specific timeline, but I would like to think it'd be like a month or so after the elections are done, but I will get back to you on the actual, if there's an actual timeline or not. I just can't literally think about it on the top of my head. Okay. Nikki had a direct response and then Ben had a direct response.
This was just somebody quickly answered it, but it was just in terms of like campaigning during the voter period. Is it only in relation to the referendum or candidates? I think like somebody should reach out to the IEC to just confirm with them on this, and like post the response like where people can actually access it. Like I think it's really important, and thank you for bringing this up. I just want to say, like, I've had a hard time, like, getting in contact with the IEC. I think they're very overworked right now. Yeah, so.
Marie. Oh, sorry, Ben and then Marie.
To Marie's point about there not being written rules, are you referring to the referenda or to voting in general? Because I believe voting period regulation number 3.1 and 0.2 are written out rules that would cover, at least in some sense, campaigning during the voting period for people, but not for referenda.
Marie?
Yeah, that's
because I'm assuming it's a direct response to Ben's question.
Yes, that's basically the concern, Ben. But Corbett, I'm sure you could talk on it more. You've been here for longer.
Yeah, thank you, Ben, for linking it. And yeah, I've raised this issue to IEC ahead of time before the campaign period started. There's more to it, but I'd have to go back in camera. And we can have that at a little bit of later discussion. There is a gap in policy around certain explicit terminology, especially around the difference between campaign literature versus campaign material. And it's been difficult because IC has not always been as responsive as I would need them to be, but sorry, it's because we're getting late. I don't want to drag on this conversation right now. I think it's very important to have this fixed and that we can get like governance and stuff to fix it before the next set of referendum and elections. So is there any other list items for this? Sorry, I'm a little getting really hard for me to focus. I don't think so. I think we're finished with discussion on this. Thank you very much, Giselle, for bringing this forward. Yes, thank you very much. Okay, that's the last discussion item. We'll move into the 30-minute Q&A, or at least up to 30 minutes Q&A, depends entirely on if there's enough people for 30 minutes. But this is more designed as an open floor. And yes, oh, sorry, my thing I wanted to list on was there is a, the SFSS has developed general get out the vote stuff that they post on social media, even some physical posters around the campus. Do share those items on social media, directly check in with your execs, your members, your friends and stuff, and just double check that they voted. Okay, and that's all. You can't do don't say vote for X or Y, just say did you vote. Okay, that you can totally do that. Okay, Mohammed, you had a list? And then Abby has a list.
Yes, it was regarding the previous topic. I'm sorry, I was
Okay.
getting Burger King. I needed it. Yeah, so I wanted to go back to Jocel's discussion item, if that's okay with you, Corbett, really quickly. Sorry. The voter turnout, I believe, is also part of a bigger problem that we need to start dealing with, and we should probably discuss it. Maybe not next meeting because we're already drowned next meeting. So maybe the meeting after that, we should already probably start discussing and making plans for increasing student outreach in general. Most students could not give any hoot about the SFSS right now or at all. And that's really, really bad, not just for voter turnout, but for referenda as well, for AGMs, for general outlook, for everything. And it's not helpful at all. We should really start focusing on increasing our outreach. That would probably help or even solve the problem with voter turnout as well for the referenda and for SFSS elections. And also a quick little side note, I still haven't gotten my voting link. Voting ends tomorrow and I still don't have anything. Sad. And yeah, that's all I have.
Okay, thank you. Okay. Abby, sorry, your list is now for the QA.
Yes.
Okay, let's move on to the QA. And send. Okay, Abby, go ahead.
Okay, thank you. I had 3 questions for the executive committee. This is regarding the closing of the sub. So this is a 3-parter. First question was, this is regarding staff consultation towards the closing of the sub. My first question is, were building assistants and student staff consulted on the closing of the sub? I'll just start with that.
Sure. Sorry, I'm a little, we sent out a survey, staff survey of all the different coordinators around if they had to go remote, what would be the impact for the departments? And that included building assistants and building coordinators.
Okay, thank you. I guess that kind of answers my second question. So were they contacted as individuals, or were they kind of just sent a group survey and then it was up to whatever supervisor to spread it out?
Individuals, all staff was sent it individually, and they had individual responses.
Okay, perfect. Actually answers my third question as well, so thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any other, so Q&A, especially for regular students? That would like to voice, it could be obviously about the sub, but this is a QA, open QA, so it could be other things too. So, though I'm assuming most people came here to talk about the sub closure. Go ahead, Ben.
Have the notices of motion for the various policy amendments introduced at the last meeting been posted on the website?
Give me 1 minute to double check. I haven't received a response that the work order was completed yet. I think now that a lot of the election stuff is, and the communications related stuff is done, they should be able to do it, and I can definitely check. Literally send them an email tonight to schedule it for tomorrow morning, but I will double check right now. No, not yet. But I will be directly contacting to get that up. Okay, any other, Abby, you listed?
I'm sorry, yes, I forgot about this student. I'm asking this on behalf of a student who unfortunately had to leave the meeting. The question is, why does the SFSS choose not to follow PHO guidelines and follow their own guidelines, do they think that, okay, I'll rephrase that second half. Actually, no, whatever, you get, they're basically asking if you guys.
If we're smarter than them, basically.
Yes, exactly, yes.
So the guidelines are like a minimum that has to be followed. We have the ability to do additional amounts if we thought it was if we think it's necessary to safeguard our particular situation in the case. And then the case of our rationale was both staff safety as well as membership safety, in that the nature of the design of the sub makes it very easy, how do I say this? The way I've said it is like, it's well, because we have the dining area, which is lots of students in it. That's, you're eating, you're sitting, you're chatting. Lots of social space designed for groups of people to sit, and whether they're studying or they're talking or others. Some areas were really hard to enforce, even things like basic mask mandates and such, that we felt it was necessary to go further than what the Provincial Health Office was recommending during the spike in Omicron. We were following all the rules up through Delta and all the guidelines, and following mask mandates and other stuff. We just felt that this was, because Omicron was so transmissive, that cases were going really high, really fast, that we felt that if we didn't want to have the building fully open, so again, because the design of the building we didn't want to have students getting sick in the sub, but we also are concerned that with our staff, specifically building coordinators and building assistants, they are needed to maintain the sub to be open. If it's too many of them get sick, there's 4 coordinators, and there's a bit more on assistants with building assistants that are students, that if I think 2 of them got sick, we would have a very, very difficult time keeping the sub open, and we'd either have to suddenly close it, and we wouldn't necessarily know when we could open it, because we'd be waiting for people staff to recover. And that, depending on how, because a number of our staff are not, like, some of them are in age ranges that COVID is more impactful for them than others. And so would be that combined with long COVID and other aspects, we thought it would be smarter and safer to do a controlled close until Omicron started to subside. I understand if people fundamentally disagree with us on this, but we took a more safety first perspective. Okay, sorry, I was saying a lot, so I don't know if I missed the list of stuff. People adding to the list.
Yeah, I believe it's Ben, then Joselle, then me.
Okay, and then I think Nikki was in there too, or did I scroll too fast?
Oh, I might have missed Nikki.
Yes, I am in there. So I'm just confirming students can't join this meeting if they're in the waiting room.
Oh, shoot. Unfortunately, unfortunately none of us, because I literally had to run home, I don't think anyone has the ability to.
Should we end the meeting and restart it?
Would it be the same Zoom link though?
It would, because I have access to that Zoom link.
Okay, then maybe that's a good idea, because students are they're DMing me right now saying they're trying to join. And I told them, they can ask the question through me, but some students want to voice it themselves.
Okay.
I second Nikki's idea. I'm getting similar DMs right now.
Okay. I will do that then. It'll be the same one. Give me about 2-3 minutes to log all in and all that kind of stuff. But I will then switch out.
Okay.
Actually, wait.
Okay.
The problem is my other account is technically still active, I think, in my computer and the sub. So I will see if it has an issue with me trying to like relaunch the meeting. Okay.
Corbett, if you're logged into your account that you created the link through,
Yeah.
basically if you leave and then enter into your account and then rejoin the meeting, it should give you host abilities again. Maybe give that a
Okay.
try before all of us leave.
Okay, I'll try that now. Give me 1 minute.
Thanks, y'all. I guess people could take a break in the meantime. Abby?
Yeah. I guess I can motion for a Corbett, you think 3 minutes is okay?
Sure. Yeah.
I'll motion for a 3-minute break.
I'll
Do I need a second? Thank you, Ben. Any discussion? Nope. Okay. All those in favor seeking unanimous consent, if you dissent, please raise your hand using the raise hand feature. And if you dissent, I will call on you. If you want to abstain or dissent, I should say. All right. Thanks, everyone. We'll try and get this sorted out. And I really appreciate any students who are still in here. Hillary, Martin, the rest of you who are still here. Thank you so much for bearing with us. Really appreciate your dedication to us that you've stayed here so long.
Yeah, and you're the one who's been chairing this meeting. I wish I could give you a hug. You're like dead.
A little bit. I was supposed to be studying for a midterm. I thought we'd be done by 8:30, so I'm probably going to fail that tomorrow, but I kind of asked for it by like taking this vice chair position, so it's okay.
It's okay. You're going to do great.
Thank you, Hillary.
Back
And thank
in
you to
order.
Oh, yay!
Reclaimed host.
Oh my god. I was
Hearing.
Corbett, do you want to co-host me really quick? Or unless I already am a co-host, I just haven't been able to do anything.
Yeah, give me 1 minute.
You're not a co-host.
Oh, I'm not. That makes sense. There we go. Now I can admit people. Perfect.
Damn, I wish I'd known that earlier. I would have done it the moment I got back into my place.
Sorry, Hillary.
Could I ask this question on behalf of someone? I think I was next on the list.
Yeah, please go ahead.
I'll just read this again. Same with Abby's question. Apologies if this does come off a bit rude. Is the executive committee aware of the lived experience, the student who was complaining on social media about creating a club and being dismissed by SFSS staff in reference to the SFU karate club? What actions are they planning to take, especially about the accusation of shutting down a club for under insurance issues or for his friend's club not being Canadian enough?
Okay, Jess, if you'd like direct response, go ahead.
I cannot speak on public on that because it does have to do with staff safety. Therefore, it is confidential and we are working on it since this morning.
Okay, thank you. Sorry, next on the list. Sorry, is Joselle on the list again?
I retract. It was something from before.
Okay. Abby?
Yeah, I have to go back to your statement. I really want to emphasize, please don't shoot the messenger here. I'm just going to be relaying what I heard. So myself and a couple of the execs were in a meeting with 2 PHO doctors. I believe it was the beginning of February, I want to say, and they were talking about COVID conditions. And you mentioned the PHO guidelines being as something like the bottom or like a base recommendation. However, the 2 doctors, at least one of the doctors who was speaking, described it as doing more than the PHO recommendations recommend as quote unquote harmful to students and to other people. Again, I'm not a doctor. I don't claim to know what they know, but that was what they said, going over above and beyond the restrictions were like. So I just wanted to put that out there. Thank
you for voicing that. I wasn't able to attend that meeting, unfortunately, but if they had any specifications what that meant, harmful, like in what ways and for who and what, I'd be happy to hear about. Sorry, Serena, you have a direct response? Thank you, I just missed that.
Yeah, can folks hear me okay? Okay, perfect, thank you. Excuse me. I just wanted to give a bit of my experience in terms of the question that Abby brought up. I think it is valid, like if folks, obviously we want to all trust our healthcare providers, and it's really important to have faith in the government during a worldwide pandemic. I used to work at the BC CDC, and there's a lot of things that are meant by harmful when professionals use language like that. One of the things that was considered harmful when I was working there, given this was during the Alpha variant, was letting folks know that it was airborne, because we knew, right? But that information wasn't made public at the time. Excuse me, sorry. Because they didn't want to cause mass panic. We're trying to keep a lot of the masks for healthcare providers. Sorry, my voice is really going. And they wanted to ensure that they had the resources available and the trust in the public that folks were going to stay calm and follow these rules. So I understand what they mean by like it might cause harm. It might cause harm in the way that people won't trust their healthcare providers anymore, or it might cause harm in that people may think, well, if this group is taking further precautions, maybe I should be buying N95 masks or a higher standard, and that could potentially cause inflation for those masks, cause problems for healthcare providers and that kind of thing. So I think it is really nuanced, honestly. It's a really complex conversation to have, but I just wanted to recognize that there's a lot of forms of harm, and sometimes they're there to protect healthcare providers, to prevent panic, to do a lot of things that sometimes folks just don't have that insider info. So I thought that might be good information to have for folks.
Okay, thank you, Serena. Sorry, Hillary?
I just wanted to preface this by saying that I know quite a lot of you. Yeah, I know quite a lot of you, and I mean this in like just from what I have observed in my student group chats and stuff. And I do truly apologize if it kind of is a little bit harsh. I'm not trying to make it harsh. I'm just trying to state what I noticed. Well, from from the time that SFSS decided to close the sub, there have obviously been a lot of criticism and a lot of, I want to say, personal attacks, which is really mean and totally not, totally uncalled for. However, I think that this action has made students kind of not able to, I think this decision kind of made students lose respect for the authority of the SFSS, or at least want to do actions to spite them, which I think kind of it sucks, right? Students may want to make or may want to vote purposefully against XYZ in an attempt to get back at the SFSS, even if these student groups have nothing to do with the SFSS, right? And in doing so, I think that it could really harm the student groups that the SFSS brings up. And I just kind of want to suggest that perhaps SFSS could make some acknowledgement or some whatever, I don't know, to kind of just address that the students feel this way, and that something to kind of lessen the spitefulness that the student body feels, I think, because I think if it's not addressed, then it's going to only further really harm the student groups that didn't deserve to be harmed in the first place. So yeah, that's just kind of what I wanted to say. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Hillary. Ben? Oh, sorry, Mohammed, you had a direct response?
Yes, I did. Thank you for that, Hillary, by the way. I'd like to think that what you said was true. Even in my own DSU and my tiny little program, Trust for the SFSS, I've been noticing is waning considerably by the day. And it is a big problem, but at the end of the day, and not to, I hope this doesn't take it out of context in any way, but the power of the SFSS at the end of the day is given by the student body. And so if the student body doesn't like something within the SFSS, at the end of the day, they are the ones who can change it. They're the ones with the real power. And with that being said, this is why I discussed, for example, the concept of why outreach is really important, why it's a big problem the SFSS needs to fix as soon as possible, is that if we can fix that outreach and we can tell students that, hey, like these situations are within your power, you're the ones who can solve, who can give the demands at the end of the day, they can and get better engaged with the SFSS, then problems like this or concerns like this are way less likely to happen, because they know that, okay, we voted for people, we actually looked at their campaigns, we trust what they're saying, we trust what they're doing, we believe in who we're voting for, and it's not like 8% voter turnout. Why is the SFSS doing this? Well, look at the people you want to vote for, and you can decide what direction the SFSS wants to go to. And yeah, so that student outreach hopefully can help out.
Oh, what point of order, Ben?
Yeah, this is arguably not really a proper point of order, but apologies for this. Being cognizant of the time, I'd like to move to extend the meeting by 10 minutes.
Okay, I have a seconder.
Marie.
Marie, okay. Marie's getting faster, aren't that, Abby? Okay, discussion? Sure. So, okay, any comments on extending by 10 minutes? Okay, going to move to a vote. All in favor, seeking unanimous consent. If you'd like to abstain or dissent, please unmute your mic. And
actually, I have a point of order. If we extend by 10 minutes, are we going to be prioritizing student questions? Because this is intended to be a Q&A.
we can, like, it's based on who puts themselves into the list, right? And prioritize if students don't put themselves in.
Okay, we just need to make it like really accessible and open for students and to do that. So I'm just encouraging them to put their names on the list. I just got a direct message. How do you jump into the list? So please, you just literally type a list like in the chat. So yeah, that's how you do it. Hopefully everyone understands that.
Okay. Just for clarity on what's been said in chat, are these lists as in examples or lists that you're doing for somebody else on this motion to extend, Abby and Ben?
I thought the motion to extend had already carried, so this list was actually on the Q&A, not on the motion to extend.
Sorry, I actually hadn't declared that yet. Nikki jumped in with a point of order, so that's why. Okay. So yes, this passes unanimously. We're extended now for another 10 minutes, so 11:40 p.m. Back into QA. So, sorry, I'm going back to the speakers list. Ben, you're next listed, and then Abby, and then Mark.
Oh, I mean, I have a question, but I get the feeling there's no real good answer to it. But if some conditions arise that, let's say, in the view of the executive committee, necessitate a sub-closure, would it at all be possible to perhaps look at giving council notice of this, giving council more notice than the night before the council meeting?
Sure, if it's not an emergency situation, like as in we found out 2 people the next day that are sick and they can't come in, and we would, that's, if it's going to be planned, like what we tried to do for the 19th, better, yes. Because that's the aspect of the motion pass that council, executive committee will update council on natures of it. As acting chair, or sorry, as chair, acting president, I will do the best of my abilities to give council as much notice as possible, especially if it's non-emergency. I think at this point, that's the best I can do. Marie, you have a direct response?
Yeah, sorry, this is a direct response to Hillary previously, but it's just a very quick comment. Ultimately, well, first of all, thank you for your question. But my direct response is basically pertaining to the fact that if students ever have any sense of concerns or opposition regarding a decision that the council has made, you are in full right to go to your DSU, which is your departmental student union representative, your faculty student representative, or your constituency group representative, and please feel free to discuss this with them. And they could definitely bring this forward in either a discussion with the council in itself. But the reason I say this is since there has been a lot of misinformation on the web in regards to this decision was made on the council, of course, by all but your representatives who were present the day of. So please, of course, since there's been a restructuring of the system in itself, it could be a bit confusing. If you have concerns, always definitely go to your representative. Ben, thank you for putting emails of your representatives within the chat. You could also email the executives as well. And I'm more than sure your DSU, FSU, or constituency group representative will be happy to advocate and bring to the table. And I think that this is the best means in order to resolve these things. Yeah, that's all I have to say.
Okay, thank you. Abby, on behalf of the students, and then Mark after that.
Thank you. Again, I apologize. These certainly have a certain tone to them. This comment here had a very clear issue with the survey that was sent out by the SFSS regarding COVID-19. They felt particularly number 8 from the survey was a severe leading question in that it asked about what struggles students had with COVID-19 in person. As in, there was no option to say they did not have struggles, only that they had struggles or they just chose not to disclose. This is a blatant leading question and shows a clear bias in the survey. It is clear the SFSS execs had their agenda and, sorry, pardon me, I'm just quoting this, and wanted students to go that way, almost like shepherding sheep. This is a clear bias survey that was meant to deliver results which would back their actions. It's not really a question, but I guess that's a statement. Yeah, sorry about that.
Okay. Marie and then Jess have both had direct responses.
Yeah, thanks so much for the question. I'll actually let Corbett speak to the main portion of it, or Jess. I do really want to note that this decision was made on behalf of the whole entire council. It was not just the executive. The executive is 7 people out of the whole entire council as well. And just resurfacing back to like my last comment, really important if there's opposition and in decisions that are made that you for sure go and speak to your departmental student union, faculty student union, constituency groups for them to be dealt over there. Yeah, which is a really big thing.
Okay. Jess?
Sorry, we had a direct response from Ben. Unless Jess is a direct response as well.
Well, I'm assuming the direct response from Jess is because it was Marie and then Jess. I'm assuming it's related to the statement that the question you read as by the student.
Okay, gotcha. Thank you.
Yeah, so Jess, next.
Yes, and if apologies for any background noise, that's my dog. So that question, it was going, students have the opportunity to disclose and to not disclose, because there could perhaps be sensitive information. So we had that option where if you don't want to say anything about it, then you can, that second option was there for not them to say anything that they felt uncomfortable with or comfortable with. So we still put that option just in case.
Thank you. Yeah, Ben, kind of also in what Giselle said, we have like 6 minutes left and we'd like to get students, Mark and Martin. Are you able to change your drug sponsor list and be added later?
Yeah, I'm happy to do that, but I just want to be on the safe side, extend the meeting by, let's say, 10 more minutes, just to ensure that everyone has ample time to ask their questions from students.
Okay. Do we have a seconder for Ben's motion?
Software systems.
Software systems seconds it. Discussion? No, I appreciate Abby that you're saying, but it'd be good to also get some students to directly. So, okay. Any discussion on this extension to another 10 minutes to 11:50? See no debate, going to a vote. All in favor, seeking unanimous consent. If you'd like to abstain or dissent, please use a raise hand feature in Zoom and I'll call on you to record your vote. Okay, that passes. The meeting will go until 11:50. Okay, back to speaking list. Mark, go ahead. Thank you for waiting. Oh, that is weird. Give me 1 second to see if I can require to it. Are you able to unmute now? I'm trying to. Doesn't seem to give me. It's just all it says. All I can do is ask to unmute when I go over their name. I can't seem to manually unmute them myself. Yeah, if you're able to type it out, we can definitely read it out, or use direct message. I'm totally happy to do that. I don't know why it's not letting me unmute you. Okay, thanks, Mark. Okay, yeah, we can wait a minute.
Do we want to move on to Martin in the meantime?
We're okay to do that, Mark. Are you okay with that, or do you think you'll be okay? Then we'll bring you back once you've had it. Rhett, feel free to post it, and then we'll go back to it. Okay. Okay, Martin.
Hello. So I touched on this earlier, and I just maybe wanted to open it for responses or maybe hear someone's thoughts on this. So I kind of just want to know regarding the sub closure, was it discussed that closing the sub would increase indoor congestion throughout the rest of the campus as students were already present on campus for classes? And I can see in the FAQ for why the sub closed, it says because the space is popular, even with reduced seating, there will be a large flow of students going through the sub. And I would say that this would be beneficial, considering that SFU is already open, students are already on campus, and that would decrease traffic throughout the rest of the campus, indoor traffic.
Okay, thank you, Martin. Sorry, Ben, do you have a direct response to Martin's comment?
I can answer the first part of his question.
Okay. Sure.
The issue of indoor congestion was, I know I personally brought this issue up at the January 19th meeting, although there were other concerns raised by other representatives of council who ultimately, and that resulted in council ultimately deciding to close the sub on the 19th.
Okay, thank you, Ben. Sorry, if there was a secondary question, I'm just getting so late, I'm having difficulty remembering.
No, it was mainly just that one question, whether it's discussed and like whether it was brought up as an important point or whether it's kind of just put on the sidelines. But
okay,
yeah.
Thank you very much. Yeah. Sorry, Mark, did you type yours out yet? Just a lot of stuff happening in chat all at once. Okay, no problem, Mark. Go back to speaking list. Ben?
Let's see. He can actually skip over me.
Okay, thank you, Ben. Abby for student, on behalf of another student.
Thank you. Yes. So this is actually a follow-up from a different student to a question that I previously asked. So they understand that everyone voted on the motion, but they are specifically asking as to who created the survey that was sent out by the SFSS.
Okay, thank you. Ben, direct response.
And Corbett or Marie, correct me if I'm wrong on this, but the survey was made by the executive committee in collaboration with the Accessible Course Practices Working Group.
Yes, thank you. That is correct. If there are any execs would like to speak more onto that, because I was not directly involved, but I know others were and worked with in the ACP group. Yeah, thank you, Marie. I think maybe been other execs that, oh, Matt, go ahead.
Yeah, so in the creation of the survey, it was, I was supporting with that project. Since I initially brought it up in early December, I thought that would be helpful just to kind of, I guess, gauge in regards to how students were feeling, one with their return to campus, but also to kind of see what was going on like in the fall, because there were things that we've seen just in posts or there was just a lot of concern and I think a lot of anxiety. So that's what kind of prompted that. And we started working on that in our COVID, like, I guess it's like the COVID group that we have internally with exec and like management staff. And then from there, so we were working on it with a few folks. Yes, with exec, we had staff support with the development and processes of it. And then also, yes, with the Accessible Course Practices group. And there was, I don't know, there was over around 8 to like 11 people in a few sessions. Like we initially started it, but then we wanted to make sure that we got feedback from other folks as well, just to have more voices on that, just not from exec. So there were other people there who were following up on that. So that's, yeah, from being involved with that process.
Okay, thank you, Matt. Go back to speaking list. Mark, you dropped out, I think, maybe Wi-Fi. Any other questions?
Could I quickly, I think I got my mic working now.
Oh, perfect.
All right, yeah, I just wanted to quickly just respond to, I think, I guess just like the first response to Hillary's comment or about her concerns that, you know, that the disinterest and spite towards the SFSS. I guess there were like some concerns about that the SFSS might not like be representing the student body, and then that was sort of responded to by that, you know, since the student body has electoral power over, you know, what the SFSS does, that therefore, you know, there shouldn't be this concern about, the SFSS not representing the student body. But I think I just want to quickly point out that not every student has the resources to stay up to date with the SFSS, right? Like attending a 4:30 to 12 o'clock meeting, for instance. And, not only do most students not have the intro resources, but maybe a lot don't also know about it or how to participate and stay up to date. So I think that, we should, keep in mind and try to represent students who might not have the resources to stay up to date and so on. And, we shouldn't brush off concerns about us not representing the student body.
Okay, thank you, Mark, for your comments. A number of direct responses all popped in at the same time. So, sorry,
Sorry, I misspelled that. It's Martin first.
Yes, Martin, thank you.
Yeah, I think, I agree with Mark. I think as a student, it's nearly impossible to keep up with motions and anything that's going on at SFSS. Maybe a separate platform. I don't know, maybe this already exists, but maybe it's not advertised to students. A platform with ongoing motions and ongoing things that are being discussed in the SFSS, something maybe organizational that students can review. Just pop in, see what's going to be voted on, going to be discussed in next meetings and when next meetings are. That might be really beneficial for students to keep up and for there to be a lot of transparency between students and SFSS, so they just know what's going on. I think that would be a great idea and maybe something to look into.
Okay. Thank you, Martin. I'd be happy to talk about that a little bit afterwards. Let everyone else get their direct responses in. Ben is next, and then Mohammed.
Yeah, so to your point about these meetings not being easily accessible to students, I agree with you. Like 7 hour, this is a more extreme example of what's happened, but even still 4-hour meetings are not really all that accessible to the general student. And this is something the acting that I've been working with the current vice chair and acting VPIOD to try and implement what's we're calling the outreach committee, and to work on creating some more easily digestible content for students as to what's going on at council meetings and what's going to happen at council meetings as well. I mean, the current agenda for this meeting was, I believe, 15 or 16 pages, and it's, I don't know, I don't think that it's reasonable to expect that a general student has read every page on that agenda, not even including the motions that we amended on during the meeting.
Thank you, Ben. Mohammed?
Yeah, I also wanted to basically reiterate Ben's point. You're absolutely right. No student on earth, hell, we can barely do it. I don't like 25% of that. So it's 100% understandable. And that's why I was mentioning that outreach should become better, because if the student body is more well-informed and our 8-hour meetings, well, this is the first time, and I really hope the only time, but if our long meetings can get summarized in a comprehensive way, then student body would get that understanding that you're saying, like, you guys don't have the resources, and you're absolutely right, and we should be making those resources for you, and make well enough resources where you can make informed decisions and sort of take that, understand the level of power and the level of say you have in the SFSS. But you're absolutely right. Right now, that foundation isn't there, and that's a problem we should be focusing on a lot. That's why, again, I emphasized it in the meeting, and a few people did as well during discussion.
Okay, thank you. Joselle?
I'm just going to reiterate the point. And first of all, thank you, Martin and Mark, for your concerns and your thoughts, and they're really valuable. I think it also comes down to the responsibilities of like faculty, student representatives, and department representatives to relay that information as well. At the end of the day, that's why we're elected. So thank you for bringing that up. And I think we can definitely find out ways to do better moving forward.
Okay, thank you, Joselle. We're down to like 1 minute. So point of order for Ben, I'm assuming, is to keep extending.
It is to keep extending. I'm just gonna say, hopefully this is the last extension, and I'm gonna move that we extend till midnight.
Okay, seconder.
Political science.
Thank you, Abby. Discussion. Seeing none, I will move to a vote. All in favor, seeking unanimous consent. If you'd like to abstain or dissent, please unmute your mic. And sorry, please use the raise hand feature in Zoom, and I'll call on you to record your vote. That carries unanimously. Sorry, as a side joke, maybe we should just start streaming a movie after this is all done. Sorry, my apologies. Okay, we will now. The meeting is going to go till 12 now. So my apologies. Is Abby, is the list with Mark is in list in general, or and you, or does that need to be all followed up? Or yeah.
I still have to go. I don't know about Mark. I don't know if Mark's question was done or not.
Yeah, I think it's done because he was able to get his mic fixed, correct?
Okay.
Mark? Okay, thank you, Mark.
Okay,
Abby?
sorry, I do need to scroll for a second to find this question. So do pardon me. Okay, here it is. Okay, this is the question from a student. Was the idea of the subs closure specifically mentioned in the survey that was sent to the SFSS staff? Also, how will staff safety be assured in the sub given the hostility shown towards staff online due to the closure?
Okay, 2 questions there. Sorry, just looking at if there's someone brought up a chat or not. So I'll respond to it. Yeah, because it was related to going to the survey is related to going to if the sub closed, how would that impact their ability to conduct their services and their work? Because certain staff are their work is more remote friendly than others, and that was related to. So the survey talked about that, and I asked an aspect of if. Sorry, my brain I'm having a really difficult time getting my words going through. So, but yes, they were. Second question, Harry, can you repeat the second question?
I'm sorry, hold on, it went up again. Give me a second, please. Also, how will staff safety be assured in the sub given the hostility shown towards staff online due to the closure?
Thank you. That's actually something we are discussing with staff right now, and consulting with them on this matter. So I can't answer it right now because we're still consulting. Okay. Any other items or listing from students either in the meeting still or send it to another counselor? I don't want to like suddenly like, oh, we're done, but I do want to give people time. You might have some, Abby, so just give it like a minute. Hillary, go ahead.
Hi. I just wanted to ask, do you know or have a general idea, or are you considering letting special interest groups such as SFU Jazz, orchestra, that kind of stuff rehearse again? Because I really do miss rehearsing with my club, and some of us are graduating this year, and I would really like it if we could actually rehearse once before we leave.
Thank you, Hillary. I don't know if Jess is in here, but I don't think she had a lead, but I can give you some. She's the one that be more directly be able to respond to you, but we are working on those spaces. We were really close to having those spaces open up. We had guidelines and everything for it, but then Omicron hit. And so my gut feeling is there's going to be a phase reopening as well with a sub with tier 1, like the team building team rooms, and then tier 2 with the like the dance studio and other spaces that are more specialized. I can ask Jess to contact you. You can give me your email.
Oh, sure. I believe that the president of the jazz band has already been in contact with
Okay.
Jess, but I thought, since I'm already sitting in this meeting anyway, I could
No.
just ask. Yeah.
Okay. No, sorry. I wish I could give you a direct answer myself, but I am. My feeling would be we'll do a phased reopen because first we will reopen the building at a reduced capacity plan, and then we will also start opening up other stuff.
Yeah, no, that totally makes sense. But I'm glad that, there's an update that I could share with the club because it's been a while. But yeah.
It was really frustrating because we were really close.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
Okay. Adi, go ahead.
Thank you. So this question is, sorry. So my eyes aren't working right. I'm like staring at my screen. It's going blurry, so pardon me.
Yeah, I fully know how you feel.
It's basically asking, why did the SFSS consider a survey an appropriate way to get an opinion from their staff, rather than asking like in person or what basically they're asking why they thought this is an appropriate way to get the response from staff.
Okay. Marie, you want a direct response to that?
Yeah, just want to let folks know that there are really regular conversations that are had with staff. We do have those in-person conversations, and we do have those check-ins with them as well. We do also go to their meetings to check in with them. So those do happen, but it's just more easier to have it on a general form. But anyone else can answer that. Corbett or Ben?
Ben first, and then I can jump in.
I'll do the thing I do every 10 minutes now and move to extend for another, let's say another 20 minutes, just so I don't have to extend again.
Okay. Okay, seconder.
Political science.
Political science. Okay, discussion. I actually would like to add a point of discussion on this. I'm honestly, I want to keep talking with students and giving opportunities, but I'm also having it getting harder and harder for me to focus, and I'm concerned that eventually it's getting to the point where I won't be able to effectively answer a question. I don't want to. I really want to, but I'm starting to tap out, and I'm the chair, and I don't want to. You know what I mean? So, town hall, as Marie directly messaged me. That makes a lot of sense. And so I'm 100% behind us doing this so that we can have a much larger QA that's not at 12 p.m. So that's my comment. Other people's comments, if you want to list. Sorry, I'm blurry-eyed now. Sorry, Abby, did you want to list or?
So in regards to the motion to extend, we have a direct response from Mohammed and a list from Matt.
Okay, thank you very much. Mohammed?
Yeah, sorry, I'm kind of dying as well. Corbett, would you prefer that we maybe do a longer Q&A potentially next week after our schedule for Wednesday is complete? Might be a better idea, so that we can have a.
That's a good idea, actually. I think.
Yeah, because there would be more awake and everyone can answer, and students can come, and it's not 12 p.m. I'm pretty sure all my students are asleep, literally every single one of them. But yeah.
Yeah. I'm open to that totally. Sorry, Matt, you had a list to that?
Yeah, I just wanted to add as well, even if we can't get to all the questions tonight, like all of the executives who are here and also like counselors, like you can email us. I'm also pretty open to having office hours as well, you know, as soon as possible. So even throughout the day, we can open a Zoom room for folks who are available, and I can organize that pretty quickly. So if there are questions even outside of council and stuff that's happening, like that's something that can be done, and there can be time to speak directly to some of these questions and even have time to go through some of the, I don't know, stuff that like I have on hand to answer stuff specifically around like sub-COVID group, or even, you know, whether it's like the survey or anything in regards to decisions that have been made like at exec or at council. So I am open to that. I just think as of right now, if we keep extending, like everyone's pretty dusted, I feel, and I think it would be better to take time to answer questions like thoughtfully and allocate like a specific space for that. And even if like I don't want to, if folks are kind of feeling like, oh, we don't want to wait for like a town hall or something like that, like I'm open to having office hours, and counselors who are open to attending that, like come and sit in there for a few hours or something.
Okay. Sorry, I'm just.
Did you want me to help, Corbett?
Yeah, please.
I'm next on the speakers list of direct response. I had two kind of points for Matt. A, I'd be happy to sit in on office hours as long as I'm available during that time. B, this is the issue with the office hours itself, actually. Of all the questions I asked, so 3 out of the 5 or 60% asked either to stay anonymous or not comfortable speaking to exec directly for whatever reason. And that's why, again, something like a town hall, which is again directed by exec, is not necessarily going to be the way someone wants to ask their questions, especially as questions can get filtered out and stuff. Whereas here in council, they know their questions are being asked. Right, I've had 7 people reach out to me in the last hour, like that I've never had that kind of response this late at night. So yeah, sorry, I'm starting to lose brain cells too, so I can't articulate myself too well. And then Corbett, next on the list for direct responses is Ben, then yourself.
Direct response or Ben is?
Ben had a direct response, then you did.
Can I just move to adjourn at this point? Because we are over time, and I think that might just be the most productive thing to do at past midnight. Also, happy February 17th, everyone.
Yeah. I think you can move to adjourn. I'm just traditionally it's the chair, but I think you can move to adjourn. It's a motion like anything else. But technically, aren't we still in the discussion on the extending or not? You'd have to withdraw that and then move to adjourn, I think.
Couldn't I move? Isn't the motion to adjourn? Whatever. I'll just, to make it simple, I'll just withdraw the motion to extend and then move to adjourn.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, you might be right. It might supersede, but at this point, I can't remember it. Yeah, official meeting lasts in 2 days. Yes, so Ben has moved to adjourn. Is there a seconder?
Political science.
Political science, seconds. Discussion? Seeing no discussion, we'll move to a vote. All in favor, seeking unanimous consent, please unmute your mic. Oh, sorry, that's the old way. Please use the raise hand feature in Zoom, and I will call on you to, if you want to dissent or abstain, I'll call on you to record your vote. That carries unanimously. So the meeting is called adjourn at 12:04 a.m. on
February 17th. So yes, definitely a record book, another one. So thank you all for coming. And I do really appreciate all the students that have come and all the people that have passed in through questions. And you kind of feedback to the concerns. We can also have counselors like non-execs working to help with a town hall, and also doing the same thing of like submitting questions to other people. It's fine. That like I'm open to all that. It's okay.
If I could just say something.
Oh yeah, go ahead. And also I want to do a quick last little bit of announcement too, but go ahead.
Oh, I was gonna say a really great job, both you and Abby. Like this was longest meeting I think I've ever seen in my time at council, and really great job.
Thank you. I've never been in a meeting this long either in my many
We
years. So thank you.
The only
last
thing, sorry, the only
Can I do
event
my-
longer, sorry, no, I'm gonna do it. I don't care. The only event longer I've ever had is a literal 3-day conference. That is the only thing longer than this. How did you manage 7.5 hours? I am impressed.
Maybe this is all just a fever dream.
I really hope it is.
Okay. Thank you, everyone. My last bit of announcement is please vote. If you're having issues getting, like you didn't get the vote or something, if you're in class or you're in co-op or something, you should have gotten an email from the SFS. If you didn't, contact policy research at sfs.ca and send them your SFU ID email. Nikki, yeah, have them send that in, and they can get added to the list. We're investigating and working with SFU as to why people are not getting, all the emails aren't getting out. We have some ideas on it, but we need their help to like sort it out, and we're trying really hard to get it sorted out for like tomorrow.
I also want to take this sec to say if there's any students still in here, thanks Ace, thanks so much for coming. And B, if you have any questions for any reason or anything you want answered, you can email me on my personal email or my political science email. I'm very, very happy to ask questions on your behalf. And thank you to everyone who did reach out to me, whether you're watching this now or via the recording, for asking your questions. I really appreciate it, and I'm happy to represent you all.
Likewise, if you want to reach out to me, my council email is math.council@sfss.ca. Really happy to always hear from students on what they think about motions before council. And to the few students who are still here, you know, good job, I guess.
Very good job.
Hopefully this doesn't happen for a long time.
Yeah. Just think maybe in the future you obviously shown that the stamina to be in long council meetings. Hint, hint. No.
We should have a 9 to 9 council meeting.
I will, if it's about
I will
garlic bread
resign.
committee, I will, no, if it's about garlic bread committee, I will, you know what, I'll chair that.
I want to note the recording is still on. Just
Yes,
It is.
I want this to be saved for posterity.
I think this is just the ending, is just all of us losing our minds at this point.
Yes, pretty much.
Absolutely.
Yeah, yeah.
Sorry, Mom and Dad, I'm going to fail my midterm tomorrow because I didn't study.
That's okay.
I'm
sorry,
studying
I was
instead.
supposed to solve thermal and learn electronics, and I did both of them badly.
That's a mood.
Okay. I'm going to actually stop the recording and end the meeting, or else we'll probably just keep chatting and stuff and go insane.
Thank you everyone for coming. Seriously.
Good night.
Thank you.
thank you, everyone. Bye.
Bye.